and bow to my left. And having done so, request all delegates to now observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable delegates, please allow me to remind all delegates present that the rules and the processes apply for this hybrid sitting. I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, 23, and Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, that all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, in accordance with Council Rule 2291, there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice. I would like at this point to indicate the presence of ministers and deputy ministers, and to welcome the ministers from the economic cluster, specifically the Minister of Tourism and the ministers from the governance cluster, especially the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and the Minister of Public Service and Administration, permanent delegates, MSCs, and all special delegates to the House. If the minister is not here, the deputy minister, of course, then becomes in charge in relation to specific areas of work. Perhaps before I proceed, I should also indicate, honorable delegates, that the vacancy created by the late Honorable PLENARY's passing has been filled by a new delegate representing the economic freedom fighters. This delegate comes from the Eastern Cape. And her name is Honorable, yeah, of course, we add Honorable every time we talk about members of parliament. So it'll be Honorable Noluvuyo Tafeni.
She's welcome, Chair. She's welcome.
You're welcome.
She's welcome, Chair.
Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, and this must, we always try to repeat this in the House so that the ministers, deputy ministers take note, apart from just reminding members of the House on these matters. But it's fairly routine now, but I just want to repeat it so that the point is not lost. And the points I want to make are the following: that the time for reply by the ministers to a question is 5 minutes. That only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. That a member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. That the time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. That the time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And I would say even more important in terms of emphasis is that the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. Some people raise other questions, and we can see that the question has got no relation whatsoever to the initial question that was asked and so on. So we really like to emphasize that. Honorable members, the first question is question 75. This question has been asked by Honorable Muimang, is directed to the Minister of Tourism. The question is on Tourism Transformation Fund. So I'll ask the Minister to please come forward and give us a response to the question.
Did I go there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, and Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers that are here. It's my first time that I'm answering questions here as the Minister of Tourism. So don't be too hard on me. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Tourism Transformation Fund provides a combination of grant funding, debt financing, and equity contributions to facilitate capital investment in the tourism sector by prospective Black entrepreneurs. The TTF is housed and managed and administered by the National Empowerment Fund. While the TTF only focuses on tourism-specific investment, it is linked to all existing debt financing products of the National Empowerment Fund. The grant funding component is kept at 50% of the total funding required, up to a maximum of 5 million per successful applicant. The balance is made up of equity contributions to the NEF development. And since the inception of the TTF in May 2018 up to December 2022, a total of 18 projects were approved for funding under the TTF. The total value of support approved amounts around 219 million, of which almost 64 million is grant funding and the balance is debt and equity contributions by the NEF. 10 of the 18 approved TTF projects are at various stages of completion and have funds disbursed to them this far. 4 of the approved projects are in the process of finalizing their legal agreements, while another 4 of the approved projects have signed their legal agreements and are yet to have funds disbursed to them and to begin with construction. And the Department of Tourism will endeavor to speed this up. The average grant funding approved by the TTF applicants is around 3.5 million per applicant. And in addition to the approved projects, there are currently 16 applications that are at various stages of assessment for compliance and eligibility for the NEF funding and the TTF criteria. I have been informed by the department that it typically takes around 6 months to finalize the applications that have been received. The 16 applications were mainly received between May and June of 2022. The date of completion of the application depends on various factors, including the completeness, the application, outstanding documents, and NEF due diligence processes. The department has contributed 120 million in grant funding for the implementation of the TTF. And as of March 2023, around 81 million was left in the fund for new and existing applications. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll then move on to the first supplementary question. Honorable Munma.
Thank you, National Chairperson, for affording me an opportunity to make a follow-up on the initial question, and allow me to express an appreciation from the Minister for the manner in which she has responded in clarifying where the Tourism Transformation Fund is located and the degree to which the implementation is taking place. Now, the question that I want to pose, Honorable Minister, is in relation to the monitoring and evaluation to the extent that as the department, we are able to satisfy ourselves that there is value for money. What are the processes in place and mechanisms in place to monitor the success, and what is the level of success in relation to the investment that the department is making in partnership with National Empowerment Fund?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation of the disbursements, Honorable Moimang, the department received a quarterly report from the National Empowerment Fund. The National Empowerment Fund is responsible for the implementation, the administration, and the monitoring of the disbursements. So we do it together with them and we receive quarterly reports. I also have, Chairperson, that I will attach to the written reply, a list of the applicants the 18 applicants that applied, that will show the honorable members exactly how much was disbursed and where we are in the process. And I also will provide a list of applicants that were declined and or they withdrew their applications by the 31st of December 2022. So we do get quarterly reports from the National Empowerment Fund. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question comes from Honorable Portaseth.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, welcome back to the House. And luckily, I know you count as in your experience as being the mayor of the best city in South Africa, Cape Town. And I'm sure you will bring a lot of your tourism experience from the city of Cape Town to bear in your work, as you have obviously learned from the best example. My question to you today, Minister, can the Minister provide evidence that the Fund's criteria for project selection and financial support ensure the most effective allocation of resources to achieve the desired outcomes, as juxtaposed or compared to other potential approaches or strategies such as public-private partnerships, low-interest loans to all qualifying entrepreneurs regardless of their background, or targeted capacity building programs for new entrants to the tourism sector. Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Like I said in my reply, that this transformation fund is a combination of funding. So the 120 million rand that comes from the Department of Tourism goes towards the grant component of the application. Then there's also another component, debt financing from the banks. And then there are also equity contributions from the National Empowerment Fund. So it's a combination. And in terms of the criteria for applications, the fund is well managed and well run by the Economic Empowerment Fund, and we work closely with them. I can assure honourable members that because this fund must assist us to deal with transformation in the sector, that all criteria that we use is fair, and it is there to assist to transform the tourism industry. And therefore, we're very open to show also where applicants did not qualify for this. And I will provide the list of applicants that did not qualify up till December 2022. But I can provide the criteria to the honourable member that the National Empowerment Fund is using to make decisions around allocating of the resources. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to the supplementary question number 3. That's a supplementary question from Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister. I would like to know whether the department has conducted a proper study in terms of the Tourism Transformation Fund to determine where the biggest impact will be in terms of funding in order to achieve the most value for its funding, and what guidelines have been set out in relation. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, indeed, it's a very good question. And I will certainly make sure that we do a study of what is the impact of the contribution of the department, the total contribution from private equity and from the National Empowerment Fund. I'm not certain whether the department has done such an impact study, but I will certainly request them to do an impact study and then forward it to the honourable members.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Matebula.
Nakensa House Chair, and my apologies for not opening the camera. I've got a low network coverage in my area. Minister, what steps has the minister taken to ensure that the application and assessment process is accessible for Black investors living in township and rural areas? What assistance has the Tourism Transformation Fund provided to existing Black-owned tourism business which want to start out in tourism but do not have the capital to do so, that everyone eligible is able to benefit from this fund and not only BEE elite? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, I will indeed have to get the details for the honourable member. You know, I'm also new in the department and learning as fast as I can. But we must also remember that this is the Tourism Transformation Fund. There's another fund called the Tourism Equity Fund. And the Tourism Equity Fund has been stuck in a legal process for almost 2 years. We have been able to unlock that. 1.4 billion will now become available for equity towards transformation and towards the tourism sector. And we are busy looking at the concept to be in line with existing legislation of BBBEE. And I'm hopeful that in the next month or so, we will announce that and make that fund available for the tourism sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to question number 67. 67. This question is on exorbitant airline ticket prices. The question is from H.S. Boshoff and is to the Minister of Tourism. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Boshoff. The Department of Tourism doesn't have any influence over the airline prices, as this is a commercial matter. The South African travel industry is going through a variety of challenges, and the closure of several domestic routes has added pressure onto the market. Further, the rise in global oil prices has also impacted on prices of airline tickets due to the higher fuel prices. Furthermore, the Department of Tourism is not mandated to deal with the fuel shortage, but does engage with the industry as and when needed to support the tourism sector. The issue of fuel shortages is dealt by the relevant institution, the Airports Company, the Department of Transport, Airlines Association of Southern Africa, and it's recommended that if Honorable Boshoff need more information, that the question be directed to the Department of Transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, as you know, the domestic traveller has since COVID-19 kept the tourism industry alive and ensured that many businesses were able to operate again and retain their staff. Would you not therefore agree with me that the current situation with the Russian-Ukraine war has impacted drastically on tourism travel, both domestically and internationally? Thank you.
Minister.
Honorable Boshoff, I think we have just seen the exact opposite, because we are promoting tourism now for people to do domestic tourism. And instead of flying, we say, why not drive? So I invite all South Africans to be part of the South African tourism campaign that's called Short Left Travel Week that provide discounted deals to South Africans. And by offering a discount of up to 50% during the week, starting from the 4th to the 10th of September now this year, South African tourism is encouraging South Africans to travel our beautiful, vibrant, diverse country. South African tourism will also promote the Short Left Travel Week deals and various marketing platforms to make sure nobody misses out on the chance to meet your product services. So we are appealing to all South Africans to take up the discount offers. But what we found is that many more South Africans, with the closure of flights and the cancellation of flights, many South Africans are now exploring our own beautiful country. And that is certainly a very good sign, and it's continued to grow. We must support the local guest houses, the local tourism institutions. We are now busy with looking at all of the tourism heritage sites together with the Minister of DKES to make sure that our tourists can have a safe experience in South Africa. So we are very hopeful. We are not yet at the pre-COVID-19 levels. We are still 21% below the 2019 levels. But Honorable Chairperson, we are doing everything to promote domestic tourism in the continent. The continent is growing very fast. America, Europe, all of our source markets we are working on. Indeed, Africa is doing the best. Last year, out of 5.7 million tourists that we received, just over 4 million came from Africa. The first quarter of this year, again, between January and March, we received 1.2 million tourists, and most of them came from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho. And so the SADC visa in the SADC countries that can be used is certainly being used by the continent and the region. And we've seen tremendous growth in that area. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll proceed to Honorable Damini of the EFF. Honorable Damini, there seems to be a problem, so we'll move on ahead.
Can I take it, Chair? Seems there's a problem there, I will take it.
Okay.
Minister, how are you, Minister?
Afternoon, fine, my brother.
Minister, airline ticket prices are so high that they exclude the poor from the travels. Has the minister considered introducing a system of accumulating of coupons as so to subsidize and provide discounts for the poor? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Unfortunately, Honorable Member, that is not within the mandate of the Department of Tourism. That is why, as part of our strategy to grow the domestic tourism, we're offering together with the industry these discounted visits where people can drive there. And like I said to the previous and the previous input, that I think that this question is best put to the Department of Transport, who deals directly with the airlines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, and greetings to the Minister. Once we accepted the campaign, the domestic campaign, short-lived, but we also encourage the use of airlines.
Yes.
But I would like to find out as to whether you have engaged the airline sector or industry on the issue of the prices, but also with regard to the availability of the jet fuel, whether you engage the Department of Energy and Mineral Resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We have engaged the airlines, both local and international. But the reason is different, because we want to get more air access and airlift to our country. So you've seen a Chinese airline has returned. We will see in September the airline Latvan from Brazil will also be returning. We are signing an agreement with Saudi Arabia in September that will bring back 7 days a week flights from Jeddah to South Africa. And we have now been instructed by the economic cluster that we need to do more to get airlines to South Africa. You see in the city of Cape Town, we've got 2 United Airline flights from Newark and also from Washington, and it's growing. But the airlines want us to prove to them that before they start flying to South Africa, that there's a market. So therefore, we also engage with business, what we call business to business, to look at bringing more investment to our country. Because most of the airlines rely on their income from business class seats. So it's a joint strategy with business to also increase investment in our country. We've seen, I've just recently had a meeting with the airline from Belgium, and their complaint is that we are bringing people to South Africa, but we are leaving empty. So we have to get the growth from South Africa so that the airlines can move back there. We will be establishing an air access entity. We are looking at the PFMA to see what schedule we can use, because currently it's a bit fragmented. You've got an air access team in KZN, you've got one in the Eastern Cape, you've got one in the Western Cape, and we're trying to put together a national air access strategy. I will also be convening a meeting with all the ministers of tourism through the African Union, so that we can also put our heads together to make the flights. It's very difficult to fly around Africa. And we want to see how we want to improve air access also within the continent. So that is where tourism is involved with. But I will certainly engage with the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Energy to get more information on the air travel and the cost of air travel. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Next is Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, are there any measures in place to ensure that the regulation of airfare tickets does not take place? Thank you.
I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Now, I was asking, are there any regulations in place to ensure that, or any measures in place to ensure that the regulation of airfare tickets, that it does not take place? In other words, that the prices are not regulated by government.
Yes. I am aware that the Minister of Transport, early in next month, she'll be hosting a one-day summit to engage with the aviation industry. And I'm sure that the regulations to regulate the air industry is with the Minister of Transport. So I'm not certain where the regulations are, but I will be attending that conference to also learn more about the aviation industry and how we can, through using the aviation industry, to grow our tourism numbers. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 76. This question is on effects of COVID-19 to tourism. The question is from Honorable Dango, and it's directed to the Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Dango. Yes, the department is implementing the tourism sector recovery plan. It's a 3-year plan that was approved by Cabinet in March of 2021, as well as the economic reconstruction and recovery plan approved by Cabinet in 2020. Those are the 2 key plans that we are implementing. So the tourism sector recovery plan also includes interventions to address COVID-19 and the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism sector. It was one of the worst affected sectors by COVID-19. And it's really anchored on 3 strategic themes, namely protecting and rejuvenating supply, reigniting demand, and strengthening and enabling capability for long-term sustainability. And it's implemented under 3 pillars. Under the first one, to protect and rejuvenate supply, it's the implementation of norms and standards for safe operations across the tourism value chain to enable safe travel and rebuild traveler confidence and support the protection of the core tourism business. And the pillar 2, to reignite the demand, stimulate domestic demands through targeted campaigns and activities, and execute a global marketing program to reignite international demand. Under pillar 3, the strengthening of enable capacity, investment and resource mobilization program to support supply, tourism regional integration, and the review of tourism policy to provide enhanced support for the sector and development. Having outlined all of these actions, it's also important to remind the House of the identified key enablers for successful recovery of the sector, which are, amongst others, the formation of partnership between the industry and government, partnering with the relevant departments to ensure improved travel facilitation, like with the Department of Home Affairs on visas. I'm in constant contact with Minister Motsoaledi. And then, of course, population vaccination against COVID-19. And then also stimulate demand through government consumption expenditure. We've also identified and agreed with the President that the following are the key priorities for the remainder of the sixth administration: tourism infrastructure development and maintenance, implementation of the e-visa system working with Home Affairs, improvement service levels with regard to tour operating licenses, and unlocking and fast-tracking the implementation of the Tourism Equity Fund that I referred to earlier on. So the intended long-term achievements that can be yielded from the tourism sector, greater diversification of the supply side of the tourism market, increased quantum and focus on infrastructure investments, also protection and creation of jobs in the sector, a recovered sector characterized by greater inclusion and resilience, greater confidence in South Africa as a safe destination, and improve the tourism brand for the country as a whole, and turning domestic tourism into an anchor of the tourism sector and increase international travel. So those are the 4 pillars, Honorable Dango, that we are implementing as we speak.
Honorable Dango.
Thank you, Minister, for a very comprehensive reply. Minister, it is evident that from COVID-19 experience that domestic tourism is an important factor in improving our tourism industry. But when we're talking about domestic tourism, our definition of domestic tourism should be, in the first instance, SADC, in the second instance, Africa, and not limited to the Western Cape. Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, indeed, Honorable Dango. Like I said earlier on, the continent is the key market. We see the growth in the continent. Out of the 5.7 million tourists last year, 4 million came from the continent. We saw in the first quarter this year, out of the 1.2 million, that almost 80% of that came from SADC. So we must really encourage even South Africans to use the SADC visa system to travel around the continent. And as I was saying, if we are working hard to improve the air access, because that will allow us, both South Africans and people from the continent, to travel more in the continent. But there are great opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next supplementary question, second supplementary question comes from Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the tourism sector was without doubt the hardest hit sector of our economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only could the industry not trade when others were allowed to under restrictions, large portions of their customer base was blocked from entering the country. I would like to know how the department has worked with municipalities in relieving the debt owed by businesses within the hospitality sector, such as assistance with rates, water, electricity, and other tax bills. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I do agree with you that tourism was the worst hit. Many businesses have closed down, and especially SMMEs. And the way we are assisting them now is going to be through the Tourism Equity Fund. We're also assisting them with an incentive to green their guest houses and hotels. So we've got a green incentive grant where we repurpose them to use solar PV panels and to reduce water. So there is an incentive grant. We advertise on the 2nd of May, it opened up for applications from the industry. We're also working with an organization called SATU V2, South African Township and Villages organization. We're working with them and we're doing awareness campaigns with them about tourism. But the sector has not fully recovered. And yes, we see substantial growth, but it's still going to take some time for us to go past our 2019 COVID levels. We're not there yet. But in terms of the municipal debt, no, I don't think that we've made an intervention there. I will certainly check with the department and see whether we're being requested to assist tourism guest houses and hotels, but it's mostly government governed by the bylaws of the cities and the municipalities. But it's definitely something that I will go and look into and see what is happening there. Thank you very much. There was the Tourism Relief Fund that was established by government. And that fund was established at the time during COVID to assist small businesses to survive during that difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, Minister. Minister, with your demotion, you inherited a department that has been plagued by difficulties. Now, considering the evident economic strain on the tourism sector that you've referenced as well, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the potential long-term impact on the industry, has the department considered any comprehensive analysis on the efficiency of the current support measures in place? These were put in place by your predecessor. So has there been an analysis on the efficiency and the efficacy of those support measures for tourism businesses? And if so, what actions will be taken to address any identified gaps or shortcomings in these measures to ensure the sustainable recovery and future growth of the tourism sector, while also promoting inclusivity, job creation, and innovation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are working together with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. They represent over 600 businesses in the tourism sector. We must also remember that there is a tourism levy that's being paid, and this money is collected by the Tourism Business Council. It's called a TOMSA levy, and part of that money is also used towards bringing relief for some of the businesses that were so badly affected by COVID. We do analysis and monitoring and evaluation on a regular basis, even where we have engaged the services of an implementing agent. There's constant monitoring and evaluation, and the tourism sector is bouncing back in leaps and bounds. And government can only create the environment conducive for the private sector and big businesses and small businesses to grow. One example where we are assisting small businesses is the Tourism Grading Council, where we grade establishments in terms of grade 1 or 2 or 3 stars. We have now decided that instead of charging small businesses to do the grading of their establishment, that the Department of Tourism is contributing 80% of the cost and only 20% that we charge for the smaller establishments. And the partnership between the public and the private sector is fundamental, because government cannot do it alone. We can create the conditions. We must make sure from government that we deal with the visa system. We must make sure that we deal with the problem around tour operator licenses. Government must make an engagement, like members said earlier, on the aviation side. And that is the role that government is playing in partnership with the private sector to rebuild the tourism sector. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Msamai.
Yalawa Chairperson, Tuna Khulu, Magdirelo Abu Janala. Okay. Is an important sector in the development of South Africans' socio-economic development, as it provides employment and entrepreneurship opportunity and foreign currency earning. Yet the sector still faces a number of threats, such as xenophobia, which threats the following of African tourists into the country. Which steps of investigation has the minister taken to put to the end the hate campaigning against the African nationalists, which threats South Africa attraction as a distraction for African tourists? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mafrika. Honorable Member. Yes, certainly, xenophobia must be condemned wherever it's taking place. It should not be condoned in any way. Because if you look at just the income and the spend and the jobs that are created, just with tourists that's arriving from the continent, it is a big contribution towards the GDP of our country. So on the xenophobia side, once it turns into violence, as you know, that the South African police services must intervene. And I just feel very sad when I sometimes hear how people fuel xenophobia. And also as political leaders, we must also tone down and instilling and generating that fear that leads to xenophobia. We must welcome every tourist in our country from anywhere in the world with open arms. And so xenophobia that will lead to our tourists not being safe in the country. We do have a safety strategy together with the police. We have got a memorandum of understanding with the police. From the Department of Tourism, in this current financial year, we've put aside 174 million to train 1,800 young people to be tourism monitors. I've just reviewed the training plan to make sure that the training plan at least give them an NQF3 level that they can use again. We have identified all the hotspots in our country. There are about 59, and the priority is to deploy this newly trained young people to be tourism monitors there. But xenophobia, unacceptable. Thank you, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now proceed to question 73. This question is on improving and or promoting tourism industry. Question comes from Honorable Tebula to the Minister of Tourism. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, load shedding is impacting on tourism. Therefore, the Department of Tourism introduced the Green Tourism Incentive Program to privately owned tourism enterprises that meet the eligibility criteria of the program, regardless of who they are. The program offers them assistance to adopt responsible tourism practices through the installing of solar PV for the sustainable management and using of water and electricity. And the nature of support that we offered includes a resource efficiency assessment with recommendations for the retrofitting and installation of energy and water efficiency solutions. So these recommended solutions are also address the impact of load shedding as it drives down the demand for electricity. The Green Incentive Program also offers support to small tourism enterprises in the form of a partial grant funding support, which are negatively impacted by continuous and increasing load shedding. And the first stage of the application process involved that audit that I say, the resource efficiency. And the cost of the resource efficiency is fully covered by the Department of Tourism. And then followed by a second phase where an applicant can then apply for funding of 50% to 90%, up to 1 million rand on the cost of installing the relevant technologies and equipment recommended in the resource efficiency audit during the first stage. Now, the 8th application window just opened on the 2nd of May and will run until the 30th of June. And the program aims to encourage and support private sector tourism enterprises to adopt more responsible tourism practices and move towards the sustainable management and usage of water and energy. The program is administered by the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, on behalf of the department, and all applications and approvals are also managed by the IDC. The previous 7 window applications yielded 130 approved applications to a value of 76.1 million was disbursed to businesses to install energy and water-saving measures at their tourism establishment. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Matebula, which one?
Nakensa, Chairperson. Minister, smaller hospitality establishments are affected by load shedding the most, as most businesses do not have power generating backup devices. And currently, the biggest problem is the expenses which are involved in setting up such over this winter period. What forms of support has the minister provided small business that rely on the stable supply of electricity for their core functions such as B&B, restaurant, and hotels that are operating in township and rural parts of Limpopo province? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matebula. Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I can certainly get the information to Honorable Matebula in the province of Limpopo. But what I've seen, even establishments with like guest houses with 4 bedrooms, some restaurants, it's all part of the people that have applied and were successful. I can forward to the honourable member the full list of establishments that we have assisted in Limpopo, but they are certainly there and they are being helped. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Professor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, thank you for answering my questions, sort of, but considering the negative impact of frequent load shedding on international tourists regarding the safety and security of these tourists while they're here with the challenges of load shedding and uninterrupted power supply, what are you going to do about the key tourist destinations to see that something like that do not happen in future? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Member. Yes, indeed, like I said, on the 29th of May, we met with the private sector and government and all the MECs and also some of the city mayors to look at safety and how do we also use technology to assist with safety. because there are many people who know about our country, but don't want to come because they are concerned about their safety. And we have to address that, to show them what we are doing to address the issue of safety, especially with the tourist establishments where people go a lot. And that's why the commitment from the department, the 174 million rand to train the tourism monitors, 1,800. And then over and above, on the 1st of July, together with the private sector, we will be launching an app that tourists can download the moment they arrive in South Africa. And that app is GCS link, so they will know exactly where the tourist is. It's linked to over 200 private security companies. It's linked to over 100 medical hospitals and institutions. So as a press of a button, they will be able to get help immediately. And that is the partnership between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector has also offered to give the tourism monitors the app. Currently, they are in discussions about the price is about 49 rand now, but I think by the 1st of July, they would have announced a decrease of that price. So we are doing everything. I will be briefing also all the embassies, all the high commissioners in our country very soon to inform them about what we are doing to safeguard our tourists while they are in South Africa. And there's a good working relationship between local government, provincial and national government around the issue of safety. The memorandum of agreement that we have with the South African Police Service, they also train the tourism monitors on safety tips and all of that. So we are very hopeful that we will be able to decrease the number of attacks on tourism. There's a special plan just for the Kruger National Park. And I will be visiting them soon to see what we are doing there together with the provinces, because that is one of the most visited sites in South Africa. But I can assure the honourable member that we're working hard on making sure that our tourists have a good experience. So when they go back to their countries, they have all positive things to say about our country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, what programs are in place to ensure that the carbon footprint is not compromised by the use of backup power solutions such as generators, for example, especially with tourist destinations that is out in nature? And if there are such programs in place, what are the relevant details?
Honourable Chairperson, if I understand the question correctly, the honourable member was asking around what are we doing about the carbon footprint? Yes, all departments in government are led by Minister Creasy. We all have got a role to play in reducing the carbon footprint. So I will get the details for the member. On the issue of generators, no, as a department, we don't supply generators. We only give an incentive to tourist establishments to green their places. So we give them the grant so that they can retrofit and reduce the demand on electricity and also help them to reduce their water usage. So that is the only program that we have, but it is linked to reducing the carbon footprint. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Mama Rekha.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. And let me thank you, Honourable Minister, for the response. The Green Tourism Incentive Program is a very important program that can assist small tourism enterprises. Honourable Minister, how does the department and the Industrial Development Corporation ensure that the information reaches the small tourism enterprises. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I made sure that the advert, when we open up for this window, I had a meeting with Satu Vito that's representing South African township and village tourism. And I said, please, please use your database to advertise and let us help the smaller enterprises also to apply. So I definitely am monitoring this to make sure that we, because in the end, it's a benefit, because it reduces the use of electricity and therefore it reduces also the input cost. And certainly once we have concluded this, if the member asks me a question again about how many, I will be able to respond once we've seen the applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to question 68. This question is on Tottenham Hotspur contract from H.S. Boshoff and directed to the Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Boshoff. I do have a table here, Chairperson, that I will submit also in the written form. I've been informed by the South African Tourism, the entity, that the total cost of travel for 4 board members to London to discuss the Tottenham Hotspur contract that includes accommodation and meals are as follows. For the board chairperson, the total came to 149,842.25 cents. For the deputy board chairperson, the amount came to 132,921.42 cents. For the Human Capital and Remuneration Committee chairperson, 123,764.72 cents. And then for the marketing committee chair, 114,799.08 cents. Then there was also visa applications, and the total visa applications came to about 27,000. So the total amount spent came to 521,327 rand and 47 cents. Then the rest of the question, yes, I've seen the minutes where indicating the approval of the cost, and the board chairperson's approval was received from the former minister in line with the delegation of authority processes. And for other board members, the approval was given by the chairperson of the board in line with the delegation of authority powers that he has got. So that is the breakdown, but I will give it in the written response also.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, once again, would you not agree that these 4 board members be held personally liable to repay these costs, as it should actually be seen as wasteful and fruitless expenditure, seeing that your predecessor even agreed to sending the chairperson of the board at a cost of 149,000 Rand, plus then the visa costs? It is taxpayers' money that was used. And I think we really should see some clout from the department and yourself going out to SAT and saying to them, repay that money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Boshoff, yes, I have requested the internal audit to do a full investigation around the expenditure. And then, of course, the Auditor General will also do her auditing of the books of SAT. And once I have received the full report from the internal audit within SAT that I've requested them to do, I'll be able to give you some answers there. Whether that can then prove that this was wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Visual is Honourable Lamin.
The news, I mean. Thank you, Minister. It is concerning that the DG found out about the total hotspot deal through the media. Why was it easy for the board to bypass the DG? Why were there are other cheap platforms such as Zoom not considered, not to spend such a lot of money? And what phase is the appointment of the new board sitting now at the moment? And will the CVs of these, those who applied, made publicly? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Dlamini. Proxy. It's difficult for me to answer you, Honourable Member, because it happened before my time. That is why I've asked the internal audit to do an investigation there. And once that information is available, we'll be able to respond to that. Yes, the board was dissolved in April. We have advertised 4 nominations for the new board. The nominations will close on the 4th of July. And then the process to appoint the new board, we will have to go to shortlisting, to screening, to the interviews. And then I also have to consider the timeline to take it to cabinet for approval. All the board members or nominated board members will have to go through a vetting process with the State Security Agency. That will take another month. So we're looking at getting the new board appointed towards the end of August, early October, subject to all of these processes and subject of the approval of cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I would like to know what prospect in terms of local economic growth was anticipated through this contract. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, from what I could read in the documents that I was able to get, the intention was to, as a marketing strategy, to bring more visitors to South Africa that will then assist and add to economic growth. That seemed to be the rationale. But there was a feasibility study done as to what impact this will have. But that feasibility study has been disputed by marketing experts based on the team. And this was also a sole service provider based on the status of this team within the British Soccer League. They were really at the bottom. And so some people are disputing the marketing rationale why they wanted to bring this team. But I haven't seen any, the impact of what value South Africa could get from this. But these things are all under investigation now. The Portfolio Committee of Tourism of Parliament was also concerned about where the budget was going to come from, and the commitment of committing South Africa to a 3-year MTEF cycle of paying off this 1 billion. All of those things are under investigation, but for now it's all stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much again, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in terms of the lesson learned, what measures are in place to avoid a similar situation happening again in future? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Yes, indeed. The first lesson is that we have to comply with legislation. A deal of this size were not allowed to proceed unless it had the written approval of the executive authority. And they could only show a letter that they've written to the executive authority, but we couldn't see what was the response to that. So that's the first lesson. We must stay within the framework of the law. The second one is that in terms of doing marketing for our country as a destination, I find that there's a lot of fragmentation of marketing the same destination. The private sector is doing their thing, the public sector is doing their thing, municipalities do their own marketing, metros, provinces. So what I'm trying to do now is to bring all of us together. At least we need to have a message that we can agree on. Then you also have Brand SA that's also doing marketing. So there are billions out there for marketing. And I think that by pulling our resources together, public and private sector, we can really up our game with marketing. So that is the one lesson that I've learned. Because once SA Tourism decided to go with this deal, the private sector protested by saying, now they are not paying their 1% levies to government. So we have to consult with each other. That is the lesson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to question number 77. This question is on safety of tourists. The question comes from Honorable Mshodi and is directed to the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. There is currently a tourism safety strategy that was signed in 2018 that has not as yet been fully implemented. And that is what we are busy with now. And according to the strategy, the following national departments have partnered with the Department of Tourism and the private sector to implement the strategy. There's a South African Police Services, department has a memorandum of understanding with SAPS and has been working on the implementation of a number of initiatives. And some of the initiatives are joint safety awareness sessions. Also, SAPS assisted the department with the vetting of the tourism monitors. SAPS has developed a coding system that will be provided to all police stations to use in capturing information related to crimes against tourism. The system will assist in providing a clear profile of the types of crimes against tourism. And SAPS has also developed a safety learning and development program that they have offered to the tourism monitors. The Department of COCTA also drive tourism safety as a priority strategy at local level, and share knowledge and best practice models around tourism safety, collaborate and partner with provincial government and other relevant stakeholders on tourism safety initiatives, and coordinate tourism safety initiatives at local government level, the planning, the programs, the resources, mobilization, etc. and establish structures for incident management as an aftercare program. So that is what COCTA is busy with. And the department was also instrumental in facilitating the process to establish provincial tourism safety forums in some of the provinces that did not have such structures. At the moment, all 9 provinces have established a tourism safety forums that COCTA helped to establish. The Department of Home Affairs has placed the tourism monitors also at some key strategic ports of entry, and we have partnered with the Border Management Authority, and the department will continue to place tourism monitors at some of these ports of entry to assist with tourism safety and related information matter. Then also DIRCO. DIRCO assists us to share knowledge and best practice model of tourism around the world. And then DIRCO help us to get what worked in the international space. So it is a partnership of the 4 departments that's leading the issue of safety. And like I was saying, we are now dealing with the implementation of the 2018 strategy that I can also at a later stage share with the members. But safety is key for the 4 government departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mushodi, virtual.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also let me thank Honorable Minister for the response for my question. Minister, my follow-up question is, what has been the stumbling block in fully implementing the tourism safety strategy, and when will it be fully implemented? Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As I was saying, this was agreed on and signed in 2018. Then 2019, we were hit by COVID, and 2020. And then in 2021, there were some attempts to bring the forum together. Also some attempts in 2022, but we have now convened the forum for the first time now on the 29th of May, 2023. And all departments are committed now to meet on a quarterly basis to make sure that we fully implement the 2018 strategy. I thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Bain.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Minister, you've covered my question to some extent in your response, but I will still ask if Stats SA, SAPS, and the TBCSA, if they work together to accumulate information on crimes committed against tourists, to compile a list of crime hotspots. And if so, what is done with the information to ensure the safety and security of our tourists? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Minister.
I can assure the Honourable Member that both TBCSA, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, the other one, SATSA, South African Tourism Service Association, many hotel groups, they're all part of this initiative. And they bring valuable input, but they also bring their own resources to complement what the public sector is doing. So we've agreed now that all the tourism safety awareness programs that the department has got, starting in Mpumalanga, I think on the 19th of June, that will be done together with the private sector. So we are bringing the 2 sectors together. And you are correct that both TBCSA and SATSA, they've got all the data. And we don't need to go and try and get data ourselves because they've got a whole system. And I will invite members on the 2nd of July, when we launch this app for the security of tourists coming to our country. We're going to go to the operational center where they bring all of the response teams together. The response teams from the private security, the response teams from SAPS, the medical profession. We even go as far as to assist the tourists that when the tourist is being attacked, we help the tourists to also contact their local embassies or their high commissioners. The app has also got translation services. So it's a very good way of using technology. So if members are free, you can join us on the 2nd of July in Johannesburg at the operational center where we're going to launch the app. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll proceed to Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, South Africa currently holds the reputation of having the highest crime rate in the world and is therefore regarded as a high-risk destination. What guarantees can the minister provide that such programs for tourists will be successful? When the Minister of Police, Mr. Bekikele, has failed at guaranteeing the peace, safety, and security of local South Africans. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me say that it is not only in South Africa where we have got a problem with safety. All over the world, you've got hotspots. All over the world, there are certain places in certain countries where you just don't go. And that is why we have identified the hotspots so that we can alert tourism of this tourists of these hotspots. So South Africa is not alone in that. We've learned lessons from Malaysia, from Thailand, how they deal with this. And we could take from there and learn from them. So it is a worldwide problem. It might be worse in some countries than compared to others, but it is really something across the world. Will it be successful? The Minister of Police mandate is to ensure that we keep South Africans safe, including our visitors. And it's in that way that the South African Police Services is working with us as part of their mandate to keep all South Africans safe, but also to help us to keep tourism safe. I think that we need, Honourable Member, not only government, the South African Police to keep tourists safe. What we are also going to do now is to go into communities next to the tourism sites and engage with them and explain to the communities the value that the tourists are bringing to South Africa and what is the benefit for the local communities, because we're going to recruit the tourism monitors, we're going to recruit them from the local communities. So I'm very hopeful. You can't give guarantees at all, but I think with the cooperation of all the departments, DIRCO, COCTA, Department of Transport, Home Affairs, Tourism and Police, and now that we have started to look at all the plans in the 2018 plan, how we're going to implement it. Now I feel very hopeful that we are going to put the safety of our visitors front and center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Badenhorst.
Good afternoon, Minister. Welcome. Your last answer, Minister, was a great intro for my question. Thank you very much for that elaborate answer. You described the tourism safety plan from 2018 very eloquently, and there's lots of programs and talk shops in the app. The plan has been in the making since 2018, and you've underscored how important the four intergovernmental department programs that needs to work together to get this program off the ground. But Minister, I would like you to elaborate specifically on the metrics and the thresholds established by your department to evaluate the effectiveness of these intergovernmental programs and how these benchmarks then align with international best practices if you take into account the unique socio-economic context of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I want to assure the Honourable Badenhorst that the working relationship at an intergovernmental level is very good, and that we will continue to work together to work very hard on the safety of tourism. Now, the plan that we are busy implementing, there's a role for government, there's a role for the private sector, there's a role for our communities, and we need to just become more visible, but we all have got a role and responsibility. That when we tour around the country to go to our famous heritage sites, that we also watch out for our tourists. Because the tourism monitors, we've just divided them now for the country, and I can give you a breakdown. Honourable Badenhorst, 200 will be here in the Western Cape, if you are from the Western Cape, and I can give you the figures. Another 350 will go to all our national parks, working together with sand parks. And let's give it a try. But, you know, we all have got a responsibility in the end of the day to make sure that we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable delegates, we have now come to the end of the questions to the Minister of Tourism. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express an appreciation to the fact that she has really come all the way to answer questions. On behalf of the National Council of Provinces, thank you very much, Minister. We really appreciate your effort.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members.
As the Minister takes a seat, just to indicate that the Minister should feel free to leave at a convenient time. Much appreciated, as indicated by members putting their hands together. We will now proceed to questions directed to the ministry and deputy ministers who are here, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. So the ministers will have to respond to the questions as indicated. The first question. The first question is a question from question 129. This question is on the district development model and is from Honorable Todovu to the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Minister, Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members. Maybe I should start by indicating that the minister is out of the country, so Deputy Minister Burns Tamashi and I will share the questions in line with our respective portfolios. Thank you once again to Honorable Todovu. Let me start by indicating on the successes with regards to the district development model. That a notable success is that the concept of the district development model and its intended objectives as an approach towards enhancing intergovernmental coordination and cooperation is now well understood across government. Intergovernmental relations structures are in place and functioning in the majority of provinces and the majority of districts across the country. And this includes, of course, metropolitan municipalities. Sector departments, through the support and guidance of the department, have actively started to set up their own internal DTM structures and arrangements, and even heeded the call to identify and second senior officials to be part of the various provincial and district metro intergovernmental relation structures. To date, 46 updated intergovernmental one plans were submitted to the department. It is pleasing to note that implementation of certain catalytic projects identified in one plans have commenced or are very close to being implemented. With regard to challenges, I think it's important to note that we have confronted challenges, particularly in instances where some departments and or entities across government have not interfaced adequately with the DTM, and a response to the department, and a response by the department is to ensure that we institutionalize the implementation of the district development model through the gazetting of regulations in line with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. With regards to provinces complying or not complying, no, not all provinces are fully compliant. However, in most provinces, the institutionalization of the DTM approach has demonstrated to be well understood, successful, and well internalized. Whilst the majority of provinces are implementing the DTM, the Western Cape provincial government are not at this stage implementing the DTM, and they have what they consider an equivalent to the district development model, which is what is being implemented in the province. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Totogo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your elaborate plan. I think this is quite important. And given the fact that you want to gazette the regulatory framework for the DDM, when do you think you are going to do that? What is your roadmap in that instance? And what is it that you are going to do to ensure that all provinces, including the Western Cape that regard itself as an island, when do you think that this will help it and help all other provinces to ensure uniformity in approach?
Mr.
Thank you very much, Honorable Totovu. The regulations, the draft set of regulations have already been completed and are currently at government printers. And these would be published for a period of up to 30 days. And the final set of regulations is expected to be gazetted by no later than the end of July this year. And it is our intention that all departments and provincial governments would be engaged in the process of finalizing these regulations and the processes of implementing the district development model. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by CFD, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Deputy Minister. In a recent reply to a question from the National Assembly, the Minister revealed that the national government has so far spent over 100 million rand on the district development model pilot sites. After this copious amount of money, there hasn't been any direct benefit
to service delivery at the pilot sites, other than the inconsequential one plans and plans for a new management system to monitor the DDM. Furthermore, the constitutionality of this model is highly questionable and not supported by any legislative framework nor any formal decision by Parliament. With this mounting evidence that the DDM is not bringing any direct benefit to residents, does the Minister agree that the 100 million rand spent on the presidential decree has been wasteful expenditure? And will the Deputy Minister consider terminating the program through the Minister before any more taxpayers' monies are wasted?
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it is a bit extreme to suggest that it is a decree. In fact, it is not a decree. It is a process of government interfacing with each other in line with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to ensure that we improve coordination and alignment of programs, of budgets and policies across the three spheres of government, but also interfacing with civil society, business and other stakeholders. So no, it has not been a failure, neither has it been a decree. And yes, it is legal, it is done in line with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, which establishes all systems of intergovernmental coordination and alignment. This includes the President's Coordinating Council, MINMEX, and other structures. What the DDM is, in fact, it's a mechanism of ensuring that we decentralize intergovernmental relations and coordination, so that we don't just engage at the level of national government with provinces or provincial government with municipalities, but that all three spheres of government coordinate and align at the lowest possible level for purposes of coordination and intergovernmental relations. So it can't be that in fact it is a decree, neither can it be that in fact it is a useless initiative. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The next third follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mr. N.M. Khatebe, IFP.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, considering that the DDM aims to improve the coherence and impact of government service delivery, has your department considered the implementation of a local government help desk to facilitate service delivery shortcomings that involve the collaboration between the three spheres of government? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. I think it's important to restate something that I did raise in the NCOP last week, which is that in fact we are setting up a results management office where, in line with the pilot initiatives, we're now bringing it into the department and creating capacity in the department to provide the necessary support. The DDM has always been intended that it would create district hubs that become the center and locus of coordination and alignment, but these would be supported by a central office that we're establishing at MISA, which would be the central point of coordinating all the efforts of the implementation of the district development model. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Ms. S.P. Behihi. I'm sure she's on visual.
Chairperson. Minister, o ka dumelana gore diphitlhelelo tseo o buelang mo go tsone ga se tse di bonalang jaaka district development model e sa address dikgwetlho tseo di tlhagelelang ko local government, go tshwana le lack of capacity le tlhokego ya didiriswa le bokoa jwa boetapele. Ke a leboga Modula Steve.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think it is important to state that the district development model is not a magic wand. It is a mechanism of coordination and collaboration at the level of district and metropolitan municipalities interfacing with provincial and national government. To suggest, however, that it has not done anything and that services are not being provided would on its own actually be an anomaly, because in reality as a country, we continue to measure investment in infrastructure, investment in services and addressing backlogs, but also investing in infrastructure to enable the economy to thrive and prosper. And these investments are continuous in the country. All we are doing is to ensure that there is greater alignment of these investments and optimize the value of the investments done. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, now we're going to question 137 that have asked by Mr. CFP Smith, Limpopo, DA. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Provincial Executive Councils have the prerogative to invoke Section 139 in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, and therefore appoints administrators. And it's important to restate that our Constitution is written in line with the principles of subsidiarity that assigns the responsibility in the first instance to intervene with provincial governments. And therefore, these provincial governments necessarily appoint the administrators and are responsible for the remuneration of the administrators. So we'd have to get detailed responses per province as to the levels of remuneration of the individual administrators. However, as national government, we have invoked Section 1397, which provides that in instances where a provincial government does not intervene or is unable to intervene, national government can intervene. And in line with this, we have 3 municipalities where Section 1397 has been implemented, and the costs are for 1-year contracts of national cabinet representatives, which was provided for in the vote of National Treasury. But just to respond specifically on what was provided in Enoch Mkijima, a total value for the year was 12,956,170. And this is inclusive of VAT and includes fees for the National Cabinet representative, a governance specialist, a finance specialist, a service delivery specialist, and a team of support staff. The total complement of this team is 12 people. And the fee also includes disbursements of approximately 1.5 million rand. In the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, the total contract value has been 14,208,480, and also inclusive of VAT, and is inclusive of fees for the National Cabinet representative, a governance specialist, a finance specialist, a service delivery specialist, and a small support team. Which support, and the NCR, I think it's important to emphasize in this instance, was procured through a tender process that appointed a company that constituted the NCR. In Lekwa local municipality, the cost of the National Cabinet representative was about approximately 4.5 million rand inclusive of VAT, and the province assisted with the deployment of resources to assist the National Cabinet representative. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Our first follow-up question is going to ask by Honorable Smith, DA.
Thank you, House Chair and Deputy Minister. It's quite clear that your department don't really want to answer the question of cost, because I've got a written question, a reply that just came out back PQ 238, where everything that I asked was included except for the cost of all the interventions. So, but if we look at the general outcome of the Section 139 intervention at Malutia Pofong, which are in worse condition today than before the intervention, we cannot come to any other conclusion that this translates to wasteful expenditure. Even the Auditor General, Ms. Takani Maluleke, clearly stated in a recent response in the Select Committee that Section 139 interventions are always too late and the municipalities are just too broken to repair in the 3-month period, and that it is extremely costly. Minister, when are you going to introduce a clear and specific framework to ensure that Section 139 interventions are no longer abused to facilitate fighting internal ANC factional battles, or to overthrow legitimate and democratically elected opposition governments by MECs in various provinces? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Smith has a propensity to love the word fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And I'd want to refer you to the regulations that define fruitless and wasteful expenditure, so that you don't just use the words generally as a means of expressing views. Now, allow me to speak, because in reality, truth is it is described what fruitless expenditure is. The second is that, in fact, there is a particular provincial government that ensures that it intervenes in a manner that is particularly biased. And I think that it would be important at some point in the debate to come into the House and demonstrate which provincial government is actually biased and subjective in the interventions that it imposes. In fact, literally keeping municipalities that are not under the DA government, keeping municipalities that are not under the DA on their toes on literally every single decision. People literally have to respond to the MEC every week. That's part of the job description of the municipal manager, because those governments are not run by the DA. So please, don't try and throw stones when in fact you live in a glass house. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mtetwa. Yambos.
Thank you, Minister. My question is that now that we have learned, Chair, that there are all these things that is happening all over, but what plan would you have? What plan do you have going forward in addressing these issues that the Honorable Member Bekes have asked? Am I audible, Chair? Chair, my question is simple, is that now that the minister has been raised in this house, do you have any intention to engage the relevant provinces and Minister of Finance to get to the bottom of these issues that has been raised? Or do you have any plan about that?
If I may proceed, Honorable Chairperson, we continue to engage with provincial governments with regards to the implementation of interventions and the appointment of administrators. So it is a matter that continuously engage with. It is our intention at the next MINMEC that we should be reviewing, amongst others, all implementation of interventions and what results they've yielded. But if I may also take the opportunity to respond to a sideshow from Honorable Smith. You know, Honorable Morero today, MMC for Finance in Johannesburg, is presenting his budget speech. I can tell you the collapse that has been created in that municipality by the Democratic Alliance, but that I can demonstrate on another day. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. I'm happy because you did answer this question, but there's a mistake that I've done here. Instead of calling Matevula, I call Honorable Mtetwa.
Oh,
But now I would like you to call Honorable Mtetwa also to be to do the following question. Matebu, you'll answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, South African municipalities have for the longest time experienced financial failures with no solution offered. Can the minister agree that such amounts spent on administration each month amount to fruitful and wasteful expenditure? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
thanks, Honorable Chair. No, we don't agree. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister Siakuba. The follow-up question number 3 is going to ask by Honorable Dango. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, looking beyond the cost, and the costs are important, what are some of the substantive benefits of appointing an administrator in these municipalities? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ambassador, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think it's important, Ambassador, to indicate that interventions are instituted in line with the challenges that are confronted by the municipality. And in many instances, you find that it is either financial issues and or reporting issues that require an intervention. And it is focused on ensuring that those services that necessarily the municipality is unable to undertake successfully are being corrected. And we've witnessed in many instances a situation where either expenditure with regards to capital grants has improved, particular services improve in certain communities, and or financial performance improves. This does not discount the reality that in certain instances we have had challenges with municipalities that resist the role of the administrator and makes it difficult to implement. But this we intend to resolve through the intergovernmental support, monitoring and interventions bill that is currently going through the cabinet process and will be presented to Parliament soon in this cycle, actually. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, with regards to the Mangaung Metro, there is under section, 1397 intervention. Deputy Minister, despite the 14.2 million rand that is paid to an independent consultant for the compilation of the financial recovery plan and the administrative cost of the intervention, what are the additional costs for support staff for such as an example, security guards, the accommodation of them, transport and etc. for the persons that is placed in Mangaung Metro by Kochta? And who is responsible for these costs? Is it the municipality or is it the national government? And the reason that I'm asking this is because it is alleged that the already cash-strapped Mangaung Metro, they are the ones that are carrying these costs for the security staff of the people placed there by Kochta and the administrators.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have indicated the amounts that we currently are paying as a department for the National Cabinet representative and all other officials. If there are additional costs, I do not have the numbers right now and would have to get back to the municipality to confirm those. We'll come back with that response because we have not given, I currently don't have that response with me as to the additional security that is being provided. Would it be separate from what we're saying or not? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. We are now, Honorable Minister, go to question number 130 that have asked by Honorable Ms. M. Bartlett, Northern Cape, ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Bartlett. Since the announcement by the President in 2019, the Department of Cooperative Governance developed the South African Smart Cities Framework in collaboration with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. The purpose of the framework is to guide municipalities on how to undertake and implement smart city initiatives and to create a common understanding of the concept, particularly in the South African context. Progress to date, the department is coordinating the development of a new African coastal smart city, commonly known as the Eastern Seaport Development, which was launched by the President in 2021. The Eastern Seaport Development Area is located in parts of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape provinces, but more specifically in the Ugu and Erikwala districts in KZN and in the OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo districts in the Eastern Cape. Other spaces that are planning to advance the smart city development agenda include Lanseria and Musina. The creation of a new smart city within the Greater Lanseria Growth Node emanated from a joint initiative of the Presidency, the Office of the Gauteng Premier, the City of Tshwane, the City of Johannesburg, Mogale City, and their respective counterparts in the province of the Northwest. One of the important deliverables to date is the development of the Greater Lanseria Master Plan, which is aligned with the Lanseria Regional Spatial Development Policy of 2017. Similarly, in Musina, there are plans to re-engineer the town to become an industrial trade and economic hub, and the anticipated smart city will integrate the towns of Musina and Makhado to become the preeminent trade and industrial center of Southern Africa. The geographic location of the smart city, which borders Zimbabwe and connecting into the rest of Africa, gives it a critical comparative advantage. Lastly, the department is engaging on the possibility of implementing a DDM smart city approach with the University of Johannesburg and Centec and water boards such as Umgeni Water and Rand Water in supporting smart villages and cities. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Our follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. If you can just excuse me for not switching on my video. Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, because your reply shows that this is not a pipe dream, but forward thinking by our government. Honorable Minister, can you please elaborate as to how the smart cities approach will impact the quality of life for an economic development of the citizens in those localities? I thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. First, I think it's important to talk around the issue of the Eastern Seaport Development, which focuses on what is primarily rural areas right now, and identifying these as growth nodes in the country, in line with the National Spatial Development Framework. This gives us the chance and opportunity to fully take advantage of, in fact, the infrastructure that we have available already, but also enhancing the economic value of the municipalities that have been identified. If you think about it, we are targeting an estimated 17 local municipalities that would be impacted by the Eastern Seaport Development Initiative. And that deals with the Eastern Seaport Initiative. It is also intended that with regards to Musina and with regards to the Lanseria Smart City, these would create an additional capacity for the country to attract investors. I know that these are centered, amongst others, around possibilities of special economic zones as catalysts for development, and the provinces have respectively identified these as opportunities from which to grow, but also to improve trade. The Musina Development Initiative is targeting to enhance South Africa's ability to interface with the Southern Africa region and take fuller advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the opportunities that provides. Additionally, I think it is important to state that we are currently looking at how we implement, because the first set of questions related to new nodal developments. The second set is about the implementation of the smart city framework that we developed and adopted. And in line with this, we're engaging, as I indicated, with the University of Johannesburg, amongst others, to introduce fourth industrial economy initiatives and technologies in addressing some of the more fundamental problems that our municipalities are confronting, and introducing technologies to improve the performance of this. And it's important to restate something that is not always stated, that in fact, University of Johannesburg is considered the leading smart city or fourth industrial development technology university on the continent. And this partnership enables us to drive a program that ensures that these technologies become available to our municipalities and that they function utilizing smart technologies. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Hatebe, IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like to know how much has been spent already on this vision of smart cities. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Minister.
Thank you very much. I would not have the numbers before me right now, so we should be able to provide a written response to Honorable Hatebe. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister Siyakuba. Then the third follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Posho, DA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, 4 years after he stood on a podium in a joint session of Parliament, your president's idea of smart cities has remained but a pipe dream. Nobody can deny that. We haven't seen any smart cities. Instead of smart cities, South Africa has municipalities marred with poor service delivery and on the verge of collapse, except, of course, the well-run DA municipalities. Minister, you've now today said that you have no idea, you don't have it on hand, what has been spent. But if something has been sent and you are able to tell us, would you not agree with us that it's a prudent use of taxpayers' money when most South Africans don't have clean water to drink? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Minister.
Firstly, a lesson in democracy. The president was elected by South Africans. He is our president. Yes. It's a very important lesson in democracy, because if you don't recognize democracy, well, you can't be recognizing democracy if in fact you disown the results of a democratic outcome. Yeah. That's a problem. Yeah. It's the problem of not understanding democracy, but then I'm not surprised that you don't understand democracy. Now, another point to make that's important here, well, you can't know democracy if in fact you can't recognize the democratic outcome of an election. It's a very simple thing. I don't know how to start a workshop on democracy now. No, we can't do that. We can't start a workshop on democracy. Now, to suggest that it is not prudent to initiate the development of new economic and development nodes is a fundamental misunderstanding of the spatial geography of South Africa as created by, in fact, apartheid South Africa. Because that spatial geography, amongst others, has marginalized the people of these municipalities that we've identified and not optimally taken advantage of the opportunities that these centers create. Now, to redesign and recreate a new inclusive economic geography can't be imprudent. It is fundamental to the needs of this country that we redefine the spatial architecture of this country. And I know that many people are comfortable with the current spatial geography. And that is why you don't want new nodes, because you are comfortable with the current spatial geography. Now, coming back to the other question that you raised, we must be asking the people of Hammanskraal, in fact, what the Democratic Alliance has done to them. We must be asking the people of Johannesburg today what, in fact, the Democratic Alliance has done to them. So unless, in fact, all that you recognize is the Western Cape, which in fact you inherited as is, unless that is all that you recognize, and the damage that you are causing throughout the country does not matter to you, it certainly matters to us. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. The fourth follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mokause. Honorable Mokause.
No, Chairperson is Honorable Tafeni. Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the NCOP members. Minister, South Africa currently has one of the highest inequality rates in the world. In light of this, which measures have been put in place to ensure that smart cities will not further the digital and economic gap currently experienced in this country? Thank you, Minister.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. With regards to the notes, it is intended that this would create platforms for inclusivity. As I was trying to respond to the other honorable members who don't understand the concept of inclusion, it is important that these notes are created with inclusion in mind and that these technologies become available to all the people of this country. A second important point to make is that when you read the smart city framework that we developed with the CSIR, it is specifically biased towards ensuring that it becomes an empowering tool for both municipalities, but also for communities. And the technologies are deployed in such a manner that develops and empowers, in particular, historically marginalized communities. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome. Suqala ukuphakama kule ndlu ya welcome. Bebebhala uMkause bengabhalanga wena. Kepha nithi mangukulungise lokho sikumukele. Sibonge futhi ukuthi ulitholile ithuba lokuthi nawe ubuze iquestion kuMinister. Siyabonga Ntomboni. Honorable Minister, siyakuba. Siyamanje ku question 142 that have asked by Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable De Bruin. We as a department have not been formally informed that local municipalities in the Free State are deducting funds from employees and not paying them over to third parties. In terms of measures for implementation, the department will write to the Minister of Finance to encourage him to utilize the provisions of the municipal regulations on financial misconduct proceedings and criminal proceedings to force action on the part of municipalities to implement consequence management where appropriate. The department will also consider engaging, in fact, will be engaging relevant municipalities and pension fund administrators to determine the authenticity of these allegations and encourage them to initiate similar steps in terms of holding the accounting officers accountable. Section 65(1)(f) of the Municipal Finance Management Act provides that the accounting officer must ensure that he or she takes all reasonable steps to ensure that the municipality complies with its tax, levy, duty, pension fund, medical aid, audit fees, and other statutory commitments. It is therefore clear that the legislative responsibility to ensure statutory commitments are met, are vested with the accounting officer. In the event where accounting officers fail to meet these specific commitments, Section 171 of the MFMA makes such an act a failure in terms of the MFMA and thus a criminal offense. The Pension Fund Administration Act also makes this failure by accounting officers to pay over pension fund contributions a criminal offense and puts the responsibility to initiate proceedings in this regard to the relevant pension fund administrator. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Bartlett. Debrain.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, you've just stated that your department hasn't been formally informed of these deductions happening and not being paid over. And I find it hard to believe because I know for a fact that we have been raising this issue with this department and the former minister since 2019 through written questions and correspondence and so forth. So I can't believe that the department doesn't get any knowledge about it, but nevertheless. Deputy Minister, regarding the municipalities like Kopanong and Muakari in the Free State, for example, where millions of, actually hundreds of millions are being deducted from employee pension funds over the years that hasn't been paid over. This has resulted in a situation where employees that are supposed to go on retirement still stays on the municipal payroll for years and years without working or without going to work because they simply can't retire because the municipalities didn't pay over their pension fund contributions. And in the meanwhile, these positions can't be filled, and that leads to a lack of, or actually no service delivery in many municipalities. So my question, Deputy Minister, will your department commit to resolving these issues? And will you ensure that the municipalities that is guilty of this conduct be reprimanded? And how soon can we expect to see this happening? Because at this moment, in the Kopanong municipality, they are now in a situation where their salaries have been postponed now with 2 months, that they don't receive salaries now because the municipality took this money for salaries to pay the third-party providers. And the same with Muakari municipality. They have now 1 month behind on salaries because their salary money has been taken to pay the pension funds. So this is really starting to get an issue. And I really do believe this deserves serious attention. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. In line with my initial response, we are committing to follow up on these matters. I certainly would not come to Parliament and deliberately give you wrong or false information. So as far as I know, we have not been officially informed. And if you have evidence that we've been informed, I certainly can follow up on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Christian, DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, now what you've done is you've simply read to us what the Municipal Finance Management Act says, which is basically that it mandates all municipalities through their accounting officers to take reasonable steps to ensure that they, among others, comply with their pension and medical aid commitments. However, Minister, you've eluded the answer. Can you confirm whether corrective action will be taken against these municipalities? If in fact any investigations have been done or started that are currently in arrears over payment of their mandatory pension and medical contributions for staff and councillors? And secondly, Minister, as far as disciplinary action goes against accounting officers, has any investigation been done? Will disciplinary actions be taken, not only reprimanded, as my colleague said previously, but seriously dealt with? When will this be done? When will investigations start on the matter, seeing that the matter has been brought to your attention now? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. My reply started with, the department will write to the Minister of Finance. That's a specific action, Honorable Member. It is a specific action that we will take to ensure that we say to the Minister of Finance, this matter has been brought to our attention in terms of legislation that is administered by yourself. We request that you do 1, 2, 3. That's what my reply said. So to allege that, in fact, I simply just restated the law might have been that maybe I was a bit lower when I said those sort of things, and you might not have heard. But I was saying specifically, what action will be taken. Further action would also be taken in terms of engaging the municipalities that are alleged to be in this situation to ensure that corrective action is taken. And we should be able to revert because this matter is now with us. We're undertaking to follow up and we will duly report on progress.
Thanks, Minister. Then can now continue with our questions. The next follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, now that the matter has come to your attention and you are going to write to the Treasury, hope and believe that not only consequence management is going to take place, you must go further, opening the case of fraud against those officials that are implicated in this matter. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As indicated, we will take due appropriate corrective action where such is required, and we would require that the municipalities also take due and appropriate action. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mtetwa.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, to answer this question. And you have clearly said that there is no information that has come to your office yet. Maybe let me ask this minister that in case this information comes to be true, would you have any intention to engage all the provinces and the ministers of finance to and get to the bottom of this matter in case it becomes positive? I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister. Thanks, Mr. Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. We are equally concerned about these allegations that have been made about municipalities that are not paying in particular, and undertake to have the necessary follow-up in line with the necessary legislative provisions that govern, amongst others, our colleagues in the Department of Finance and Ministry of Finance and our provincial counterparts. I can undertake, Honorable Mtetwa, that in fact we will be able to put this matter before MINMEC, but also interface directly with the MEC of the Free State to ensure that those municipalities that have been identified, the necessary corrective action is taken and the matter is resolved. Thank you very much.
Sibonge Mhlonishwa, DM Siyakuba. Question esiyakuyo manje 138. Okay, siqhuba ngayo 138. 8. Okay. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Maybe Honorable Chairperson, in responding to this question, the following must be registered to give context and perspective. 1, traditional councils are responsible and accountable constitutional institutions classified as organs of state in terms of Section 239 of the Constitution of the Republic. 2, heads of traditional councils are public office bearers, just like all of us as members of Parliament. Thus, we must desist from the colonial, paternalistic, and gaslighting demeanor of condescending when we engage with issues related to the institution of traditional leadership, including its incumbents. This orchestrated trend of casting aspersions on the integrity of its establishment is concerning, especially by those who have no clue on its operations and functionality. For the record, Honorable Chairperson, matters of traditional leadership fall within the ambit of Schedule 4, meaning concurrent constitutional competence. As National Department of Traditional Affairs, we provide a framework for norms and standards, and provinces deal with operational matters. In this regard, the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, Act number 3 of 2019, provides that the Premier, in consultation with relevant provincial treasury, must cause to be opened an account for each established traditional council, into which all monies collected, including voluntary contributions and monies derived from any property owned or managed by the traditional council, must be paid. It further provides that the Act stipulates that a traditional council must keep proper records, have its financial statements audited by a registered auditor as contemplated in the Auditing Profession Act 2005, Act 26 of 2005, and submit audited statements to the Premier within 2 months from the date of receipt thereof. Thus, we must, however, indicate, Honorable Chairperson, as the Honorable Member may know, that prior to the enactment of the TKLA, there was a legislative lacuna which impacted on both the legal constitution of traditional councils and their effective functioning. That legislative gap has now been closed, and we are working with our provincial counterparts to ensure the proper constitution of the councils as provided for in the Act. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we are continuing with our first follow-up question that is going to be asked by Honorable Smith. DA.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and Deputy Minister, for the defensive answer on the question. Yeah. In terms of, as we all know, Deputy Minister, a lot of the monies that is received for the sale of stands and whatever is received in cash. So ensuring that that actually goes into a bank account. I've asked it in the select committee and you couldn't give me an answer in terms of whether that systems are in place. But let it be. My question is, are taxes paid on this income by traditional authorities or leaders? And is this practice legal to sell stands for OTPs and collect monies for stands, as we know it happens? If not, what did you do to date to stop the illegal exploitation of communal and tribal communities? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In fact, the question by Honorable Smith confirms what I have just made as an assertion, that the Honorable Member does not seem to have a clue of how traditional councils function. Perhaps we may have to give you an orientation. You can come to my traditional council so that you can see how traditional councils function. Not textbook or desktop analysis. Again, if there are instances of crime, as you seem to suggest, the department is not the Department of Police. There is a Department of Police. Crime must be reported, and anyone and everyone who commits crime must face the law. And in this case, if you have evidence, I invite you to bring that to the security institutions, so that anyone who has committed the crime must answer. It's as simple as all that.
Thanks very much, Minister. Order, honorable members. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Khatebe Pungan.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson,
the Honorable Deputy Minister went far enough to satisfy the angle on which I would have had a follow-up question. Thank you. Thank you.
Sibonge Pungane Siyakuba. Honorable Minister, the third follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Mate Bula.
Thank you, sir, Chairperson. Minister, which strategies have been put in place which aimed at harmonizing the financial practice of traditional leaders with those of government in the provision of service delivery and development? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As I said, the legislation, which is Traditional Leadership and Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, makes provision in terms of how monies are managed and all the necessary statutory responsibilities that go along with the prudent financial management are all encapsulated in the law, including the PFMA. So we have a very prudent financial system which would ensure that there is full accountability at all levels. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Other honorable members. The fourth follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Malika, ANC.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, siyabonga Deputy Minister and sicela ukwamukela ukuthuthukiswa kweziqondiso zokuphatha kwezimali njengoba usuqhazile wasinikeza ama-guideline. Awukho umbuzo engawubuza, ucacisile kwabasobala, ongezwanga kuyobe akathathanga. Siyabonga Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga.
Sibonga Mhlonishwa. Siyabonga Mhlonishwa. Sikhube Maskhuba manje siya ku 131, question number 131.
Deputy Minister Pakstow will handle that one. Thank you very much.
Sibonge. Honorable DM, 131 is going to be asked by Honorable Sheikh Lipompo, ANC Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Sheikh. Yes, there are two studies on the impact on of the community work program which were conducted. The first study was done in 2014 in collaboration with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. In summary, the evaluation concluded that, and I quote, the CWP is highly relevant as a strategy to reduce extreme poverty by providing an income floor to the poorest and most marginalized. But since it is not universal, it can only do this for the participants that it reaches, which at the moment falls short of the identified target of 1 million participants. It is hence well placed as a social protection program within the second economy strategy and in the National Development Plan 2011, but cannot be considered universal social protection, close quote. That's the first study that was done by DPME. A second study was done in June 2018 in collaboration with the NGO Trade and Industry Policy Strategy, or TIPS to shorten it. This review highlighted the useful work done by CWP through a multi-sectoral mix of work activities, including care for the sick and elderly, food gardens to feed vulnerable groups, support to schools, community safety initiatives, public art, and much more. In 2020, the department started a process of a comprehensive review of the CWP implementation model. This culminated in 2021 in the adoption of a new CWP implementation policy aimed at addressing core operational shortcomings identified and to define the useful, sustainable, and impactful work to be undertaken by CWP participants. The department will undertake a review of the impact of the program during the period of 2023-2024 financial year, which will include a cost-benefit analysis. Excuse me, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable DM. The first follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Sheikh.
Yeah, thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you very much, DM, for that elaborate response. We understand that the program is targeted specifically to uplift the livelihoods of the communities through the identification and development of nodal areas and corridors within the 17 local municipalities. I'm sure that all of us in this House can agree that it is an important intervention. Deputy Minister, given the high unemployment rate in South Africa, what are the challenges or the reasons that the Community Works program has not been able to reach its 1 million target? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. Thanks, Chairperson. The critical challenge, of course, is a budget-related challenge because the limitation has been that, in fact, we haven't seen an increase in the budget allocation towards the CWP. However, having identified operational inefficiencies, we're able to extract additional money from the current budget where an additional number of participants have been included in the program, but we've also been able to increase the actual allowance that participants receive. So ideally, would still continue to request Treasury for additional funding so that we can get more participants. Also because in line with the revised implementation model, there'd be greater focus on skills development and creating capacity for participants to exit the program, because the CWP is not designed as a program where participants come in and exit whilst they are still indigent. Those participants that are inside continue to remain part of the program. And if we can give them the necessary capability to exit the program and find other opportunities, that would increase the benefit and value of the program. But thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh.
Thanks very much, DM. The second follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable De Bruin. FF+.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Deputy Minister, COGTA describes the Community Works program as an offering from government to provide a job safety net for unemployed people of working age. And it also says that it's providing a bridging opportunity for unemployed youth and others who are actively looking for employment opportunities. Now, Deputy Minister, in light of the fact that some of these beneficiaries are stating that they have been working under this program since 2009 already, how many of these employees has been absorbed in permanent positions in government structures, and what processes are in place to ensure that these employees are taken into consideration for permanent employment? And are structures in place to ensure that these employees are considered for permanent employment and not just to stay in this, and I can say it, shamefully low paid positions for years and years on end, as for example, since 2009? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. DM.
Thank you very much. As indicated earlier, we are currently going through a process of a new implementation model for the CWP with the intention that would increase skills and capacity of participants to be able to take advantage of other opportunities and to be eligible for other job opportunities that are available in the market. But we have committed to ensure that the participants currently in place do not lose their membership to the program, if you like. And it is the intention that those would be able to exit the program into job opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities, and other opportunities going forward as we implement the new revised model for CWP. Is it a means through which we would simply just say, well, you're a CWP participant, you are eligible for the next general workers job that's available? I think that it would be a bit of an extreme decision to take on behalf of the municipality not to undertake a transparent way of recruitment. But participants are indeed eligible to apply for jobs in the public sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, DM. The third follow-up question is going to be asked by Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, as I speak now, there is a community programs that is taking place in Ward 24 and Ward 25 in Kadzumeri, Greater Giyani Municipality in Mopani in Limpopo. Those workers, they didn't get paid last month, and those workers they don't have a uniform. They don't have uniform to work with. They don't even have gloves to pick up a rubbish on the streets. They only use a plastic just to pick up the rubbish on the street. I would like to know from you, what measures have you put in place, Minister, to monitor such programs to ensure that workers are not exploited and given a necessary tools to work and get paid on time? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I think that we should restate the fact that the contract with the implementing agents came to an end on the 31st of March this year. Only one implementing agent still has an eligible contract, or rather an active contract, and that's the NYTA. But all other implementing agents have ceased to be implementing agents in terms of the program. That has meant that as a department, we have had to take over the responsibility for all services that were provided by implementing agents. And this includes procurement of personal protective equipment, necessary tools of work, and so on. And that process is currently underway. Information that we have at our disposal is that all participants have been remunerated in the first 2 months of this year. A gap has been identified where supervisors who necessarily have to claim on the basis of a job schedule or a worksheet have not been able to claim in line with the program and have not been remunerated. It is a matter that's receiving our attention, and we're in the process of resolving that, because the remuneration of supervisors is handled separately and differently from the remuneration of the participants themselves. But it is a matter that's receiving our attention. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable DM. Honorable members, now we're coming to our fourth follow-up question, and it is the last question. Honorable DM is going to be asked by Honorable Lapskachen, DA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Currently, the biggest public employment program in South Africa are the Community Works Program under the COCTA and the Expanded Public Works Program under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Both programs have a cumulative budget allocation of 4.3 billion for the 22-23 financial year. Considering the substantial administrative costs that are involved in managing public employment programs, one, will the minister consider getting into an interdepartmental partnership with Public Works, with the counterpart of Public Works, to consolidate budgets for the CWP and the EPWP to minimize resource wastage and ensure more money is sent to participants rather than to pay for administrative overheads? And if not, what are the minister's reasons for objection to it? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, thank you very much. There's no objection to it. So there's no objection. It is a specific proposal that you're making. We will note it as we go into the process of the revised implementation model. It will certainly be one of the options that are put on the table. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, TM. Honorable members, special delegate, we have come to an end of our question to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I would like now to thank the Deputy Minister for availing themselves to answer the question. And also, I would like to invite my co-chair. I would like to invite my co-chair, House Chairperson Nyambi, to take over on the next question. Baba.
Let me also welcome the minister and also thank the deputy ministers, and they can leave if they want to, but if they also want to support the minister, they are more than welcome to support the minister. I'll now call upon Minister of Public Service and Administration to respond to question number 125 asked by Honorable Miamang.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me also greet and acknowledge the deputy ministers in the House and as well the honorable members. The first question from Honorable Muimang on the key elements of the professionalization framework. One needs to start from the point of view that the professionalization framework for the public sector is anchored on 5 pillars which deal with the processes of recruitment, selection, training, development, performance management and reviews, as well as consequence management. So it's a carrot and stick approach to ensuring that we have a professional public service. And the pre-entry talks to ensuring that we introduce pre-entry exams for all levels in the public service and promote a meritocracy in recruitment and selection. But and the second pillar talks to the induction and onboarding. As you may now be aware that there are programs that are a must for one to join the public service. And they also include induction program before you even assume duty within the first 90 days of appointment. We also have reorientation programs which target all public sector employees. We also have programs for formal coaching and mentorship, and these are all aimed at induction and onboarding. The third pillar is that of performance planning and management, which talks to ensuring that the work of HODs and DDGs is linked to the mandate of the institution. And we introduce independent triggers for exit of non-performers. And therefore we seek to improve competency of politicians,
to manage performance, as well as we address the systemic challenges that result in instability, and we clarify the role of the PSC in performance evaluation of all HODs. Pillar 4 talks to continuing learning and professional development, which is targeting more of kind of focusing on skills audit, the methodology framework, which has already been written and is being rolled out as we speak. And this is the area of skills audit is one of my primary areas of the agreement with the president. And the last pillar is that of progression and career incidents. It talks to managing the political admin dichotomy, the space of interface between the political heads, and it seeks to ensure accountability and entrench that important area of accountability. Chair, because the question is quite rich, I have provided, or I will be providing the full answer, but focusing on the second part of the question on coordination, we are working in a collaborative way with a number of departments, as well as the NSG, the PSC, the UNDP, in rolling out this very important, as well as SALGA, DCOC, DPME, because this is a work that cuts across departments. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honorable Myema on the virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chair Nyambi, and greetings to the Minister. Give it, and allow me to express an appreciation in terms of giving emphasis on the importance of having credible and qualified public service, and also an emphasis on the capacity of the public service in relation to the required skills, expertise, credible and patriotic people serving in the public service, which at the center thereof is the professionalization framework. The question that I want to ask Minister as a follow-up is the role that labor can play as one of the critical stakeholders in the public sector and the public service. The context is important, Honorable Minister, because as the select committee responsible for public service and administration, it is important to have a continuous efficacy in terms of labor relation, more so the platforms such as workplace labor forums, which are quite critical in establishing and also promoting the interest of the employees in the workplace, to ensure that there is consultation with employees around the professionalization framework and other related matters. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Myema. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. And thank you to Honorable Myema. Indeed, labor buy-in is necessary if this is the professionalization program is to succeed. And it is against that background that a number of bodies have been consulted on the professionalization framework, which is organized labor, the local government bodies, academia, and as well as organs of state supporting democracy, such as the Auditor General. There is generally a buy-in because every citizen wants to receive a professional service. And therefore, for thus far, we haven't really suffered any any resistance or non-support. All parties are coming to the fore precisely because of the importance of the program in itself. And it also is important in that it offers a meaning to the constitutional prescripts of the fact that we need to make every citizen to be the best they can be, and therefore, starting with the public servants themselves, those who are in the public service and those who are receiving the services from these officials, they would want to ensure that the quality of service in itself is supreme. Thank you.
Order. Can we make sure that all those in the virtual platform remain muted, please? The second follow-up question is from Honorable Okam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, given that your department has presided over extremely poor performance planning and management, which has opened the door to unpunished corruption, coupled with the prioritization of political over professional criteria in the recruitment of public servants, how will you overcome the challenges of resistance from partisan blocs, unions, and civil servants to change and professionalize in a digital world changed by the fourth industrial revolution? Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Okam. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think as representatives of the public and as honorable members, we also in our own responsibilities must not continue spreading that which is not true, because the honorable members know that it is not true that corruption goes unpunished. We wouldn't be in another question talking about suspensions and discipline when there is unpunished wrongdoing. And therefore, let's start with that the systems are there for punishing wrongdoing in each and every form it presents itself. Whether it's poor performance, whether it's through poor performance, through corruption, through any measure, our systems respond to those challenges that take place in the workplace. And in the professionalization framework, we talk change management, which is a program we are driving with the whole host of partners, the NSG, which is the National School of Government, the Public Service Commission, because of understanding the importance of driving a program of this nature and ensuring that the framework in itself its tenets are realized. But we also need to ensure that as we roll out, we are duty bound to ensure that we have checks and balances in place. And therefore, yes, we will have systems in place that will deal with any resistance if we meet it. But as I've already indicated when I was dealing with the first question, that I have so far not met any resisting party, because it is in the interest of the South African nation to find and to provide quality service and for the public to receive quality service. So there's no resistance so far, but the professionalization framework in itself entrenches accountability, which is the last pillar I have referred to when I was explaining the 5 pillars. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honourable Hatebe Ongani.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, I would like to know whether operationally the department has implemented e-learning modules to assist with the implementation of the framework across all provinces and local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Hatebe. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thanks, Honourable Hatebe. Let me indicate that e-learning is part of our lives this day. And in the other questions that are to follow, we will indicate, and you will find proof thereof that we have quite a number of people who are registering for various programs on e-learning, even more than now, the physical one. And the National School of Government is hard at work. Currently, they are managing more than 60,000 people who are registering in various programs on the e-learning platform. It is the way to go. Our universities as well are now in that space, and therefore, yes, Honourable Member, e-learning is the way to go, and we also are trying to lead the charge as the National School of Government to ensure that public servants that are employed in government are able to study whilst at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up is from Honourable Tafeni.
And Bulele, House Chair. Honourable Minister, the deployment of CATA by the ruling party has led to a public service which is currently characterized by poorly trained public servants who are corrupt and waste billions of rands in each year enriching themselves and are not held accountable for their actions. Which initiative has the minister taken to bring to end CATA deployments so that we may finally see a public service staffed by capable men and women who are professional, skilled and honest? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks, Honourable Tafeni. Honourable Pele, please. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Let me first start by indicating to the Honourable Member that in government, there is no policy called CATA deployment. The professionalization framework that we are discussing here does not even have anything that refers to CATA deployment. In as much as I must educate the public when I'm here, that CATA deployment, yes, is the policy of the ruling party outside of the public service as an organization. As any ruling party across nations will have its policies, which its government expects to roll out. And therefore, there is no sin or crime for CATA deployment as part of the ruling party's policy. All parties across the world do that when they go into government. But in government, the policy for recruitment has nothing to do with whether you are a member or not of the ruling party. The criteria there that is set, we follow the public procedures in line with the policy of recruitment and selection that has been adopted by government, in line with the prescripts of transparency, openness, and ensuring that each and every South African that meets the criteria is given the opportunity to participate and to apply. And therefore, I would want us to differentiate these two concepts and understand that when we talk professionalization, there are prescripts that talk to meeting the requirements, both qualifications, the number of years in the service, the capacity of the individual, the test to be attracted into the public service is based on those prescripts that are in law. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson. Chair, I'm rising on a I'm rising on a point of order, Chair.
What's your point of
Chairperson, you are out of order, Chair. There were hooligans from the ANC benches who were howling Honorable Tafeni, and you never even called them to order. I do not know what type of a chairperson are you, who just preside over a house and hooligans attack a member in the house and you can't even talk. What kind of a chairperson are you?
You are a hooligan yourself.
Honorable Mokause, we had some disturbances from the virtual platform. The first one was a staff member. It was attended to. The second one was the one of Honorable Tele. It was attended to. So we are totally out of order. And refrain from doing what you are doing.
She must apologize.
And you must apologize for just casting aspersion for no reason. Let's move. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 140 asked by Honorable Proudden Seth. Honorable Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable House Chair. Let me appreciate the question which talks to the disciplinary code, the number of precautionary suspensions. The question in itself is more, it requires more data in terms of the numbers which are available. But I would want to foreground it by indicating that currently the Department of Public Service and Administration has undertaken some initiatives to ensure that we deal with the challenge of long suspensions. We are reviewing currently the disciplinary code to streamline processes and remove the red tape. We are also training initiators and chairpersons to increase the pool of available skills for these categories. We are also dealing with having bilateral meetings between the DG and affected HODs, where departments have experienced this issue of long suspensions. We are also capacitating departments through direct technical support to improve the ability of internal labor relations officials to manage disciplinary processes. We are engaging departments to update information on personnel of public servants undergoing disciplinary processes to improve accountability. And we support appeal bodies with the support of appeal bodies such as the PSC, the Public Protector, and the PSCBC. We are trying to streamline those processes because they have become now area of abuse, where people, when running away from discipline, they would exploit moving from one forum to the other. We are also leading the presidential priority of developing a public service wide single database of public servants undergoing disciplinary processes, because also we've realized that because we don't have this single point of entry, we find people, when they see that they are at the tail end of the DC processes, they jump to another department where they would not be known that they were undergoing disciplinary processes. And therefore now we will have that single entry point for disciplinary processes. I have provided in the written reply, which I will avail to the honorable member, the statistics that talk to this. But I do want to say that some interventions that have been held have yielded some results, but that is also another question that is to follow. But the statistics in itself will show that we now the numbers are reducing in terms of the disciplinary processes. But as to the cost, I need to indicate to the honorable member that as Department of Public Service and Administration, we have access on the part of PESAL as it affects the human resource management, but as it affects finances, that part would be handled by Treasury, and therefore the data on some of the costs you will find from Treasury. The data that we have given in the response points to those individuals that have been disciplined insofar as what each according to their positions, but as to what the effect in the sector is, Treasury may be better placed, or the affected departments may be better placed to respond to that part of the answer. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, I can confirm that you can provide that detailed information, and it's in line with the rules of the National Council of Provinces. The first follow-up is from Honorable Prudence.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Soon to be chairperson, I hope. Honorable Minister, I really appreciate that you want to keep this information intimate between you and I, and just write letters to me. But let's share with the House what the actual data is, because I do have some of it. So, Minister, there are currently 607 precautionary suspensions in South Africa's public service. Let me repeat, 607. Okay, that's costing the fiscus 265 million rand per annum. That's why I asked you, Minister, what it was per month and per week. I was hoping that you could break it down. But anyway, it's 265 per million. This means that taxpayers are paying for a service that is not being provided. In a country with limited resources, this is frustrating and wasteful. There is a case where an official was on suspension for an alarming 883 days, Minister, 883 days. It would also appear that the fault for delaying processes often lies with the departmental employer, who is not fully capacitated to deal with disciplinary processes, and they are often forced, Minister, to use external service providers to deal with disciplinary matters. I'm sure you're aware of that. So, Minister, I want to try and give you a solution, and maybe you can comment or respond to my question. Will the Minister commit here and now to holding senior managers financially and administratively responsible for the backlog of disciplinary cases in their departments, and to include this responsibility as a key performance area for senior managers in their contracts in order to force them to do their jobs properly? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Prudence. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me first indicate that senior government officials and managers do have performance agreements, and those performance agreements are with the respective ministers in the various departments, and therefore I can't stand here and commit to that which I have no control over, which is other departments. I can only talk to the Department of Public Service and Administration with respect to the performance agreements. But let me also indicate that it is not only because senior managers are unable. It is our systems that are abused by those who commit wrongdoing that contribute to the long period of suspensions. Because when one realizes that the time for this particular process is getting close to having them nailed, they raise other issues and take another direction which halts the initial step. And this is what we are saying now. With this register of disciplinary processes, we have conducted a study to find the loopholes in the system. We are taking legal advice in terms of how to close those gaps, because the gaps are in, some of them are in legislation, some of them are in regulations. And therefore, there is no one individual that can be held accountable to say, no, because of this long suspension of this official, we hold you as accounting officer accountable. It would be unfair labor practice, and one wouldn't want to find themselves having to answer on that, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli on the virtual platform.
Ngibonge House Chair. Mphathisa Mnyango, ngiyazi ukuthi ongeke uzobekwe kulo mnyango uma ngabe kuwukuthi angabe unawo ama-stats, and ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uyachaza ukuthi mhlawumbe kuzodinga ukuthi uthathe isikhathi ukuthi uhambe uyobheka i-data ukuze ukwazi ukusinikeza. Kodwa mina ngiyazi ukuthi uMinister angase asibeke in confidence as lendlu ukuthi bangaka abasebenzi kahle kahle abasuspended futhi abasathola ama-benefits abo. So ubuza lo mbuzo ngoba kungumosha kwemali yabakhokhi bentela ukuthi kube khona umuntu okhokhelayo ehleze ekhaya, kube khona umuntu okhokhelayo obambe isikhundla salowo muntu, nanokuthi mangaka ama-case ase-concludiwe within the prescribed 3 months period. Ngibonge kakhulu Mphathiswa.
Thank you, Honorable Tuli. Honorable Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair. The figures that were shared in the House, I wouldn't know where they come from, but the statistics that I have that I'm sharing with the honorable members indicates that the cases in 2018-2019, they were 2. In 2019-2020, they were 12. In 2020-2021, they were 13. In 21-22, they were 8. And 22-23, they were 16. Now, for me, in a public service of more than 1 million public servants and almost 10,000 senior managers, those numbers aren't that huge. And therefore, in as much as honorable member, I didn't want to engage on the statistics that the honorable member, Brother Seth, was sharing with the House. But the numbers that I have been given officially talks to these numbers that I've given you. But the data, I'm saying it would take quite some time to go through is the part that deals with the number of days and all that. And for me, those numbers are insignificant if you look at the whole of the public service, which is more than 1 million people. And you have these numbers for those who have been disciplined, because let us recall that this suspension talks to a person who would have been found to have erred in the process of conducting his or her work, and where investigations must go through and then the person is suspended. But at times the gravity of the charges do not allow the person to be brought back to the workplace. And therefore, this issue of suspension, we shouldn't treat it as if everybody is at home suspended. It's those people who have heard, those people who must face the music. And I've given you the numbers that I have been given by the department. And I don't find those astronomical in any order, because there will always be those people who are in any way. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Tango, Honorable Ambassador.
Thank you, Minister, for the figures. Minister, is there something that can be done within the law to discourage and prevent delaying tactics that result in long suspension periods? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tango. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Tango. Yes, this is why I'm saying with the work of professionalization, there is this part that deals with accountability. And in there is the review of the code. There is the work that is being done on the recording the DC cases so that we have one single entry and not depend to all departments, but we know who is being disciplined for what at any given time. The reviews that are currently taking place, whether you talk the Public Service Management Act, which is before Parliament in the National Assembly, the Public Service Act, which is also before Amendment Act, which is also before Parliament, the Public Service Commission bill, which is now being consulted upon, all those seek to deal with the professionalization of the public service, looking into specific areas where the law is weak, and given certain powers to certain to HODs, for example, to executives where it is necessary to be able to deal with some of these weaknesses. But we need to understand that the decision to suspend somebody lies with the accounting officer as well as the executive authority. Those two working together, depending on the level of seniority of he or she who has to be suspended. But this process and the disciplinary processes in the SES, we agree, they are being abused. We need to narrow the processes, and we need to ensure that we take the shortest time to get rid of those who would have erred in the process of their work. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Dupree.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, what steps are being taken to ensure that people that are appointed into acting positions are A, qualified to do the work, and B, does not have a legitimate expectancy to be appointed to full-time post as permanent appointments, since the suspensions are not limited to a 3-month period or any specified space of time, and expansions of acting positions have to be extended over and over again. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Dupree. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thanks, Honorable Dupree. Let me once more clarify that not everybody who is in an acting position is because somebody has been suspended. Sometimes one acts because of the incumbent would be ill and. So there are various reasons as to why there would be a person who's acting in a particular post at a particular time. And as I indicated, the decision rests with the HOD, which is the DG in national departments, HOD in provinces, as well as the executive authority of that department. Our regulations are clear in terms of how long does one act. And it is each department's responsibility to ensure that it keeps to the minimum standards as are determined. And therefore for us as a department, it is to monitor, and our systems to monitor, because we receive reports from the various departments, but it is against those reports that we always encourage departments to not allow one person to act over a protracted period, because that in itself creates this expectation. But it is truly up to the department, because at times the position in which one is acting, if you were to change it on a 3-month basis, for example, you place another risk on the job itself, because you would imagine if you were to do that with a person working in a financial position and you change frequently, that would be quite risky, and it will be difficult to track if something wrong goes on, which is why you can't really regulate to the strict terms to say a person can act only for this period, because the job sensitivities also determine how one should manage that space. Yeah, I think I've dealt with that question, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 126 asked by Honorable Moshodi. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Moshodi, yes. Oh, thank you, Honorable House Chair. The reasons for the delay in finalizing the high number of cases of employees that are on suspension varies for the breaches of the Public Service Code and various other prescripts. So, so those reasons, they vary from the appointments of chairpersons of DCs. That in itself becomes a mammoth task, because we have fewer people who are able to manage a DC and to chair a DC. As you would know, the regulations require somebody who would not necessarily be from that department. And many are times you would find that when it is time for the DC to take place, either the chairperson is not available this time, and the next time a date is set, the person, the one who's accused would be falling ill. So all these matters have an impact on the delay. But we also have realized that the processes to appoint the very chairperson, the processes in themselves are also quite tedious, which talks to us reviewing the processes, but also the capacity. And now lately, just now lately, the risks associated with chairing a DC. Just this week or last week, I heard from the news one chairperson who had gone out for a smoke break during a hearing, and was assassinated just outside the venue in KZN. So that is going to be another risk that is going to deter people from wanting to chair or agreeing to chair disciplinary cases. We therefore need, which is why we are reviewing the whole process, because we need stringent measures that can ensure that the process itself is dealt with. We will remove these other gaps that people exploit in the processes, so that the DC in itself is succinct. People are held accountable, and it's succinct and finished on time or timelessly. We have other measures that we have taken quite a lot. We have a unit in the department called the PAED TAO, which is a public administration ethics, integrity, and disciplinary technical assistance unit. It provides technical assistance to various departments to ensure that they look at the charges, look at what could contribute to a delay in a particular case. So they are visiting departments and various provinces, assisting, giving hands-on support to deal with the cases, especially as the backlog, and ensuring that the chairpersons are trained so that we eliminate and minimize the incidence of delays. I think, Chair, I'm done on this one.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honourable Moshodi on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and let me also thank Honourable Minister for the response. Honourable Minister, my follow-up question is, I would like to know whether the Minister and the Department are receiving support and cooperation from different stakeholders. I'm not yet, Honourable Chairperson, including Labour on this initiative to professionalize the public service. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Moshodi.
Or
Honourable
maybe I can-
Minister.
I must repeat, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Even though I couldn't get the question in its entirety, but my understanding is that it seeks to check the support for especially the professionalization. And I think I've tried to answer that in the earlier response, that we are working with multiple stakeholders as the department, but also we have stepped up our engagement with the DGs through FOSAT. We provide them with reports that show how far each department is. We've realized that that works. When you say in a team of directors, each department, this is how far you are, and this is how you are performing. That peer review mechanism, it does contribute to encouraging the DGs to work harder and smarter in addressing these issues of delays. But also we have been to a number of provinces, KZN, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga. In fact, we piloted here in the Western Cape in August last year. And therefore, Chair, we are hard at work ensuring that both the professionalization framework, as it includes the discipline management strategy, we implement those and work with our provinces together with the National School of Government to ensure that we professionalize our workforce. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honourable Hatebe. Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, This is a matter that the IFP has been raising in the budget votes debates, and we are pleased to see that the governing party is starting to ask similar questions. Honorable Minister, I would like to know whether the department has a plan in pursuing the lost monies from the KZN Department of Social Development regarding the 4.9 million tender for COVID-19 blankets and their subsequent bonuses that were paid to officials whilst on suspension. Thank you.
Even though I doubt whether it's originally linked to the original question, but I'll leave it to the Minister, Honorable Pungan. Honorable Minister.
No, thanks, Honorable House Chair, and thanks, Honorable Hadebe. Unfortunately, this is a specific question with specific information. I wouldn't know everything that is happening in every department, unfortunately. But now that you have raised it, all I can do is to try and ensure that our team follows the case and monitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Providence.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. It's no disrespect to Honourable Mashodi, but perhaps something that you and the House Chairs can take up is that her question is remarkably similar to the previous question, which was mine. It's about suspensions and about disciplinary processes. I think it's just a waste of a question in the House, and maybe I don't know who prioritizes the question, but they should look out for.
Ask your question and forget to talk about me. Ask your own question.
I want to make it clear that it's no disrespect.
Honorable Providence, you have strictly 2 minutes. Ask your question.
It's no disrespect to Honourable Mashodi. It's not her fault. It's the staff's fault. Right, here we go. Minister, will you talk to other ministers? You say that you're only responsible for your department. Surely you talk to them and ask them to make their senior managers responsible for getting the disciplinary cases through their systems. And then finally, the question to you, Minister, is how you spoke about doing a review of the systems and closing the loopholes. I applaud you for that. The question is how long is that going to take? Or is it going to be like another 883 days, like that official is hanging around like a bad stink? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Providence. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The responses that one is giving here, Honorable House Chair, are steps that are reported in our APP, and therefore the honorable members have all the opportunity and the ammunition to say, you said this in your APP, and please give us a report. But I can safely say that those areas of the professionalization work, one being the register of DC, one being the lifestyle audits, those are part of my current performance agreement with the president. And therefore in September, I must report the milestones, how far we've implemented. As far as talking to other ministers to do this, I think I've responded to that question earlier on, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Moletsane.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in light of the lack of capacity which is inherited in your department, what measures has the minister put in place to ensure that officials responsible for dealing with disciplinary hearings are actually well capacitated to deal with the matters of discipline? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I was wondering if I heard Honorable Moletsane saying the inherent lack of skills in my department. Because if he says in my department, I would disagree with him, especially in the space of HR management. Remember, I had said standing here that it is the unit in my department that is assisting other departments. Now, if they don't have the capacity, who then is doing that assistance and interventions? So I wouldn't agree with him if I heard him correctly. But as I've already indicated earlier, that in the Department of Public Service and Administration, we do have a unit dedicated to assisting departments across, and they have a hands-on approach. They go to departments. Yes, it comes at a cost because they have to be here, there, everywhere, but it's a necessary step. And their interventions have yielded results. The number of backlogs in managing discipline and general HR issues where there were non-compliances and those kinds of challenges, they have unblocked. They have participated in training HR practitioners in across departments, many provinces. So yes, that team is hard at work, ensuring that as we try to steer the ship towards the right direction, they are there to give that support and guidance. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 133, asked by Honourable Matevula. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The question from Honourable Matebula talked to lifestyle audits, which I've already indicated this is part of my performance agreement with the President as we speak, to which I must report at the end of September with respect to progress thereof. And therefore, as the Department of Public Service and Administration, we are duty bound to ensure that our own house is in order. But remember, this work for me is to coordinate and ensure that departments are responding in a manner that is compliant to the guidance that we have provided them, the guide to implement lifestyle audits, which was done in 2021. We don't, let me indicate upfront that we are not responsible as a department for the public representatives, because the question talks to public representatives. Public representatives have their own code of conduct, as you may be aware, which this parliament and it's this parliament and other houses or legislatures that the public representatives are participating in, that have the responsibility to have their own ethics code as bodies. But insofar as the sector-wide lifestyle audit program, the department has been, in terms of Regulation 22 of the Public Service Regulations, it is duty bound to ensure that we conduct lifestyle audits, given the challenges that have been observed by both members of the various houses in the country, as well as the various investigating bodies. Some provinces, I must indicate that in the last week or so, we were with the Northern Cape government in the National Assembly answering to this very question, because there were concerns around the outsourcing of the work by the department, by the government of the Northern Cape to the SIU. And for us, outsourcing, whether a department outsources this function or it does it in-house if it has the capacity. But what we would want to see is the results that the lifestyle audits have been conducted in line with the plan of each of the departments. So ours is to ensure that departments have their own plans to conduct lifestyle audits, and they have budgeted for them, and they have the necessary resources to conduct the work. But also, having been coordinating this work, we have realized that yes, it started very slow. In the 2021-22 financial year, we had about 24 national departments that had started working on conducting lifestyle audits. But in the 22-23 financial year, those numbers the departments have increased to 37. And with provinces, we started at 71 in 21-22, and in 22-23, they have increased to 89. So the pressure that is there and the support that is done by the department is yielding the desired results, because all departments, almost all departments now are charged with ensuring that we conduct lifestyle audits. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honourable Matebula on the virtual platform.
Nakesa, House Chair. Minister, why there is outsourcing of lifestyle audit by some department, even though there is a budget in place to do this internally? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Matebula, can you please kindly repeat your question?
Okay, Chairperson. Minister, why there is outsourcing of lifestyle audits by some department, even though there is a budget in place to do this internally?
Why there is an outsourcing of lifestyle audit, even though there is some budget available in different departments?
Thank you, House Chair, and thanks, Honourable Matebula. We are duty-bound to manage public finances in a manner that is efficient, effective, and that indicates some diligence and application of mind in decision-making. Where in a department you run the risk of your unit that deals with integrity being contaminated by the environment, you would consider outsourcing so that you are sure that that work of audit is credible at the end. And that outsourcing in itself will be informed by how much you have budgeted for it. And therefore, there is nothing wrong with budgeting, having a budget in your department and outsource, because you weigh the risks as you make your decision. So it's the important issue we must not lose sight of is that this work of lifestyle audit must not become a football in the department. It must provide credible results that can stand the test of time. And therefore, if in your unit in the department, you are not that strong, and if your department is huge, you may consider outsourcing, or if your department is small, you may consider outsourcing because you would be having a fewer number of people to deal with. But those departments that are big may also consider the fact that it's a big department, the risk of contaminating each other and influencing each other is less, and therefore can take that decision to insource. This depends on prudent management of funds. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second follow-up is from Honourable Poshoff.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, or is it good evening? No, still afternoon. Minister, your predecessor advised in December 2022 that 27 national departments and 47 provincial departments had conducted lifestyle audits and that no red flags had been raised. At the same time, it was publicized that at least 119 public officials were possibly conducting business with the state in contravention of prevailing legislation. Minister, which connected cover-up cadre is conducting your lifestyle audits if your department is missing this glaring discrepancy? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Poshoff. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I didn't get quite clear the part of the question that deals with the discrepancy.
Minister, what I would like to know from you is which one of your cadres deployed in your department who is conducting your lifestyle audits is missing this glaring discrepancy, because it's been publicized everywhere, but you keep saying that there is nothing, nobody is found liable or whatever on these audit reports. Thank you.
Minister.
No, thanks, House Chair. Let me start by the deployed cadre. I unfortunately am the deployed cadre. It's me who's the deployed cadre. I don't know any other deployed cadre except myself and Deputy Minister who are deployed cadres in the department. And when you talk of officials are appointed in the manner I had explained earlier, that they apply based on an advert that is out there. They compete in the panel. They are interviewed by a body, and they are chosen on the basis of their qualifications and the performance in such an interview. And if they meet the criteria. Now, I am not aware of any other deployed cadre in the department. And therefore, I don't even understand what is glaring, because the numbers you are referring to, I have referred to them. Now, the discrepancy, I don't know, because I have not said there haven't been people who have been found wanting. I haven't said that here. And therefore, it is incorrect to say I have said that there are no people who have been found to have been trading with the state. But there are processes for those who would be found trading with the state. We wouldn't just be going into finding who without saying what then must happen. And therefore, the responsible executives in those departments, the accounting officers must deal with it. It can't be truly made an issue, because we conduct we conduct the processes in order to deal with wrongdoing where it is found. Thank you. House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up is from Honorable De Bruin.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Minister, would you agree that fraud and corruption could have been prevented or at least curbed if lifestyle audits were done earlier? And why are lifestyle audits only be done now, and why hasn't it started 10 years ago already? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brain. Honorable Minister.
And I would want to thank the ANC for giving us democracy. Because we still don't know what was happening before 1994 in all departments of the state, insofar as corruption is concerned. At least the government is led by the ANC. When we picked up that there's wrongdoing, we acted on it. So why it was not done 10 years ago, we probably had not been able to find it then. Why it is only down now, it is because we've realized it is there and it must be dealt with. It must be confronted. We don't run away from problems. We confront them and we deal with them. And that's what we are doing even here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Myomang on the virtual platform. Honorable Myomang. Honorable Minister. Honorable Myomang, it's on the platform, but it's not unmuting, it's not talking. So we'll move to the next one, Honorable Chief Whip. Not unless there was anybody with his question, but if we don't, then Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 141 asked by Honorable Browden-Seth. Honorable Minister. 141, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thanks to Honorable Browden-Seth. The question on what the department has taken to initiate, what steps, actions the department has taken to initiate training on how public servants should deal with ethical challenges and dilemmas. Let me start by prefacing that with the Public Service Regulations of 2016, which provide for a code of conduct that outlines behavior expected of public servants and all employees in the public service to fulfill their constitutional obligation to be professional, ethical, in line with the constitutional prescript section 195 of the Constitution, which talks to the basic values and principles of public administration. The Constitution, House Chair, envisions a public service with high standards of professional ethics and specifies that a high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. It envisions that abiding by the principles will lead to human dignity, equality, and freedom for the people of South Africa. The NDP, likewise, as well as the Medium Strategic Framework 2014 to 2019, together with the State of the Nation Address of 2019, all articulates the basic values and principles governing the public administration. And therefore, there's an obligation on the department to actively manage ethics. This obligation received a boost in 2013 with the adoption of the Integrity Management Framework. Each department is now required to establish an ethics committee to provide oversight over ethics and of ethics management in each department and must have designated officers, ethic officers. Amongst their responsibilities, they are to promote the integrity and ethical behavior in the department and advise employees on ethical matters. So grounding that, giving that background, House Chair, the department currently is engaged, working together with the Public Service Commission, and they've embarked on the development of an online ethics course to ensure that we move forward on becoming a truly values-driven public sector. And it is quite interesting to know, House Chair, the numbers of people that are registering in that course online. We have to date more than 63,000 public service employees that enrolled and completed the online course. And as we speak this financial year, we have 1,406 that are currently registered. Because it is our belief that this must be accessible easily to public servants, and therefore the kind of modules that are there, it is quite easy to enroll, and the modules have been designed with the expert assistance of the body of ethics for internal auditors in partnership with Treasury and the Institute for Internal Auditors South Africa. Professor Kato Plant was consulted to advise on the content of the course, and therefore the NSG has to date trained a group of about 4,149 people. But because this is a compulsory course with respect to induction program for officials levels 1 to 16, which is all public servants, to date, 85,509 officials have been trained. As to whether I participated in such training, I must indicate, House Chair, that ethics, it's not something you meet at the workplace, you start at home. And at home, I was taught to be ethical. As a member of the Mothers Union in my church, I was taught, but as the offices that I've occupied, being a speaker, a premier, a deputy minister, in all those steps in my growth, I have undergone each time training on ethics. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Browden Seth.
Is Honorable Browden Seth? Yes. Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, you know, earlier on to one of my other questions, you said that the figure of 607 people on precautionary suspension was an insignificant number because the state employs 1 million people. Well, may I put it to you that 81,000 is also an insignificant number out of 1 million people. So only 81,000 have completed ethics training. That's very concerning. Minister, let me get to my question. You said that you haven't actually done any formal ethics training, and that's quite clear. Because, Minister, soon after your appointment, it was revealed that you were under investigation by the SIU for tender for degree fraud. The University of Fort Hare has stated in a sworn affidavit that you admitted to an honours and then a master's degree despite not having the requisite NQEF level 7 qualification, or importantly, an acceptable record of prior learning or RPL. This points directly to a collusion with officials in the university to push your application through in an irregular manner. In these circumstances, how can you possibly hold yourself out as the standard bearer of professional ethics? And why don't you just avoid the inevitable embarrassment and resign now? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Broughton said, I'll leave it to the minister. Your question is totally different to this original question, but I'll leave it to the minister. Honorable Minister.
You are correct, House Chair, that the question is different, but let me answer the question. Firstly, I will not resign. Let's start there. I am not embarrassed because I have done nothing wrong. I know it in me. Those who have worked with me know it. And generally, the public where I come from know it. I went to school in broad daylight. I didn't go there at night. So I have no qualms. But Honorable Broughton, I'm not sure, House Chair, because one would have thought that international, what do you call this, protocols of Parliament, conventions, they do put a responsibility on all members of Parliament not to be personal when asking questions in the House. I find it quite interesting that as members of the Democratic Alliance, unfortunately, again, many a times, in fact, in all three instances that this question has been raised, unfortunately, it has been raised by white men, which makes me think. Yes, unfortunately, it has been raised by white men. In three instances.
Order. Honorable members, you raise your question, you must be ready to
take your medicine,
to the response.
Take your medicine, Puti. You raise the question, I'm giving you a reply. This platform, this is a house of Parliament which discusses matters that affect the people of South Africa. I have wronged nobody in South Africa. I haven't wronged anybody. So coming to try and embarrass me, you're really doing nothing insofar as I am concerned. We have, but as a public representative, we have institutions of government that are charged with the responsibility to investigate. I haven't interfered with any of those investigating bodies because they must come up with the truth. And you're raising this question time and again here. You put at risk the work of that body called the SIU, because you don't know how I'm going to respond here and when I respond on the platform, what impact that is going to have on that case. So please leave the SIU to do their work where they are supposed to, how they know best.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Broughton said, you can't be doing that. Honorable Broughton said, no, you can't be doing that. You ask a question, the Honorable Minister responded to your question. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, it is well to have ethics training on public sector challenges and dilemma. However, if there is no enthusiasm by employees, it will not reach the intended effect. I would like to know what incentives have been put in place to ensure that courses on ethics are a standardized feature when considering employment, bonuses, and promotions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Hatebe. let me indicate that indeed it is important to ensure that we mobilize, we galvanize support from all public servants for this work, because it's not just work. It is to ensure that Mr. and Mrs. Public out there receive what is due, rightfully due to them. And therefore, yes, ensuring that there's access to this training, because in training in itself, employees are mobilized, and how the training is designed, it is designed to encourage and promote good conduct. And it is also encouraged. We currently discussing even the policy on whistleblowing, protecting whistleblowers, because currently there's no incentive to promote whistleblowing. And we do need to protect those whistleblowers. We are engaging with the police, with the Department of Justice, with all law enforcement bodies to say, how can we structure our whistleblowing protection policy such that employees are motivated. But also, we are making it compulsory for some of the courses, especially those that deal with ethics, in the New Gala program, which every public servant that joins the public service must have registered with. There's emphasis on this, because we would want to attract into the public service people who are ready to defend the nation through ethical conduct. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli on the virtual platform.
Ngibonge Chair of Chairs. Mphathiswa Mnyango, ngicela ukwazi ukuthi wena kanye nomnyango wakho ikuphi enikwenzayo ukusupporta nokuqinisekisa ukuthi iminyango iyakwazi ukwenza into eniyishoyo, especially to strengthen the ethical competence of public servant, ngoba siyazi ukuthi ama-department angakwenza kwakho, kodwa wena njengomnyango wakho ikona kuphi lokhu okuqinisekisayo ukwenza ukuthi bayakulandela konke. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Tuli. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. In the Department of Public Service and Administration, we lead by example. We have our systems in order. In fact, we go the extra mile to ensure that those other departments, they also have systems in place to ensure that ethical conduct is guaranteed in the workplace, in as much as it is difficult to guarantee it. We do that by ensuring that, yes, training is but part of it, but we are working also with the NSG to ensure that the training that they offer throughout the public service does entail the question of ethical conduct, the importance thereof. And hence, earlier I did indicate that they have designed and developed a module on ethics, which is a module that is compulsory for all public servants. And therefore, as a department, yes, our own systems are in place, as well as ensuring that we assist the whole of the public service to have their own systems in place. In fact, we are now extending to local government, because we believe that as government, people look at us as one government, and therefore we are working with SALGA and the Department of Cooperative Governance on matters of ethics, because they cut across. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Mama Rohan.
E re ke go leboge, House Chairperson Baba.
It's Mama.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Let me just say, in the same breath, we need to commend your department and the School of Government for the work done to instill ethics in the public service. Honorable Minister, I had a question, but partly you have answered it. Very, very, very. It needs in the abulela. Ngoba sesuphendule i-question yami, ngiyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Mama. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 127 asked by Honorable Khai. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Honorable Khai. Lessons learned from the recent wage dispute between government and organized labor, which resulted in the strike that engulfed the health sector. I must first indicate, House Chair, that that strike that engulfed the health sector was so unfortunate because essential services could not be provided to citizens who rightfully were in our public service points to receive that care. And the lessons learned, therefore, is that as government, the law provides that we need to have measures that govern the provision of essential services. And one of those is the area of the minimum service level agreements and inadequate security within the facilities, which have made it difficult, or they have rendered the health sector vulnerable. We need to, I did apologize to the people of South Africa when I was addressing our budget in this respect. But in terms of our response thereof, we have already, let me start here. The current agreement allows for 2 years. And we are using the space to ensure that we negotiate and agree on this minimum service level agreement. Because we can't risk going to any other wage negotiations without that service level agreement for minimum standards, especially in both the health and security sectors. And therefore, we have already tabled the draft minimum service level framework agreement at the PSCBC for engagement with labor, organized labor, with a view of concluding this agreement before the next round of negotiations. Which next round of negotiations we would want to see being finalized before tabling of any budgets in future. Because it does affect how we work. But also, we need a strike management agreement with the policing sector, because also police didn't help in this situation because they become part of organized labor in the negotiations. And therefore, there are, as we speak, engagements with organized labor to ensure that we handle issues in an open way. And we wouldn't want to see a situation where those, we wouldn't want to see a situation where those are left in limbo. we must be able to negotiate, agree, and each party negotiating in good faith and implement what has been agreed in good faith. And whilst negotiating salaries, yes, we need to ensure that we protect the benefits of the public servants, but also we protect the services that people must receive, ordinary citizens must receive from government. So that minimum service level agreement will go a long way in ensuring that we minimize this effect, but also regular social dialogues are held. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Hihi, please mute your mic. First follow-up question is from Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baba. Greetings to you and greetings to the Minister. Minister, I was responded on two aspects of the question I wanted to follow up on. First, the issue of the framework agreement, and also the issue of negotiations before the tabling of the budget, which normally would also have the allocation of the wage bill, and that makes it difficult now for the unions to negotiate, because already in the budget, there's a wage bill that is allocated as one of the items. So my question is, what has been the response of labor, both on the framework agreement, as well as also on the issue of the negotiation before the tabling of the budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable High. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me indicate upfront, Honorable High, that this does not only affect labor, and therefore we are not only engaging with labor, we also have had a retreat, a government retreat, where we met with the DGs, provincial DGs, the bargaining councils, as well as the SAPs, the health and education sector leadership, so that everybody understands the importance of managing a strike to start with, because managers in themselves must be able to manage the strike. But also on the question of tabling the budget, it becomes important that wage negotiations are held early enough, are initiated early enough, so as to ensure that by the time the Treasury finalizes, the Department of Finance finalizes the budget, it encapsulates that which would have been an agreement. And therefore, there are these fora. It's difficult to say when you are negotiating to say this one is saying this, because that in itself creates problems. But I can safely say to you that the proposals are there and they are engaged. And so far, the negotiations are carrying on well. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Dupree.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, knowing that the wage negotiations take place on a yearly basis and that the same modus operandi are used year after year, and also the fact that government does not budget for wage increases, have you considered another type of reasonable negotiation that does not affect the employers and the public in such a negative way? Because the fact is, Honorable Minister, the only ones that benefits from wage strikes are the unions, since the employees that strike on and that work on a no work, no pay basis, they never or very seldomly recoup the salaries that they have lost as a result of these strikes. So maybe if we can negotiate in a manner where everyone is a winner and not just the unions, that would be appreciated, and that would be nice.
Thank you, Honorable Dupree. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thanks, Honorable Tipreng. Let me indicate to the honorable members that the agreement that we have now is for 2023-24 as well as 24-25. It's a multi-year agreement. And therefore it's not like a yearly or an annual thing to negotiate. You can negotiate now and agree on for a longer term what will happen in the outer years, and this is what we have done. So there won't be negotiations in the following year. The negotiations would be for 25-26. No, next year is 24. So yes, it will be for 25-26. That's but one way of ensuring that everybody pays attention to what needs to be done and not think about negotiations all the time. Recouping, the principle of no work, no pay is forever there. Even in this case, it has been applied. The agreement states it quite clear and quite categorically that where there was no work, there won't be any pay, and that has been settled. So government does recoup what it would have lost. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is there any member standing in for Honorable Dlamini who's not on the virtual platform? Okay, Honorable Moletsane, standing in for Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in order to prevent inconveniences of services in the public sector, there needs to be an ongoing engagement. Who does the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council account to? How is their performance measured? And how is it guaranteed to workers that theirs is not to sanitize their legitimate concerns, but indeed to ensure that the labor output meets the correct remuneration that is in line and fair with the correct economic condition? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. And thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Indeed, the multi-year agreement is to try and minimize any inconvenience for both. We tend to treat workers on strike as if it's something they enjoy. And not all employees on strike enjoy to be on strike, because they know that the resultant issue is that they are going to lose pay. So it's in as much as the public, in the case of the public sector, loses in terms of the services, which is something that's not desirable, but also the employees lose in terms of their own income. And therefore we need to collectively, this is why I'm saying there are engagements. We need to collective, from the employer perspective, as well from the employee perspective, there has to be a meeting of minds to say, how do we eliminate and avoid the inconvenience at all costs? And therefore, yes, there are an ongoing engagement. There would be worker reps that sit and participate in the PSCBC and other bargaining fora that are available in the public service, but as well as there are employer representatives, which are senior managers who are not bound by the agreement that comes out, who must then represent the employer, who gets or receive a mandate from a cluster of ministers who meet to agree as a mandating structure that gives the mandate to the reps of the employer. So the system is quite well designed. As to what happens inside is what we must deal with, which is to ensure that we inculcate this sense of understanding and responsibility, that when you deal with an employer in a public sector space, you know what is in the kitty in government. Unlike when you deal with an employer in the private space where you do not know what is in the kitty. And therefore, these cannot be treated in the same way. And that most of the people who depend on public services are the have-nots. We have to, therefore, kind of inculcate that consciousness in the mind of those who lead in that space, both from the PSC, BC, the facilitators, which are managers in themselves, but also from the perspective of the role players in the bargaining chamber, who constitute the employers as well as the employee reps, to ensure that whatever is paid is fair to both the employers and the employees, especially in the public sector. Thank you once more, House Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. The fourth and the last question of the day is from Honorable Baha.
If you allow me, House Chair, I will ask the question on his behalf.
I'll allow you on one condition, that in future you make sure that you deal with the Chief Whip of the NCOP for this stand-in arrangement, but I'll allow you.
Thank you very much. It has been allowed today.
And is present, Honorable Okam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the health strikes in March 2023 did not create an inconvenience. It created death. The Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Phaahla, confirmed at the time that preliminary figures show that 4 people have to be believed to have lost their lives. And I'm going to quote him now. He said, in a manner that could be directly attributed to the strike. In a manner that could be directly attributed to the strike. Minister, do you agree that culpable homicide charges should be laid against the senior officials at Nahawu? Or do you prioritize the patronage of the unions over the lives of South Africans? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Okam. Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you, House Chair. For the Department of Health, again, I cannot answer for the Department of Health. The honorable member is quoting the Minister of Health insofar as what had transpired and what he said. And I really would say that then that is not for me a matter for the negotiations. It's a matter for enforcing discipline in the Department of Health. And therefore, that question would be really relevant to the Minister of Health.
Order, members. Let's allow the minister to.
House Chair, I do indicate that I did indicate that for me, because the member says he disagrees with me about the inconvenience. I truly, that's his right to differ with me. I can't stand here and respond to that. But I'm saying what he is quoting is in the purview of the Department of Health and the minister he is quoting. And that minister can be called to this house and can answer best to that question. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Let me allow you, Honorable Minister, to take your seat. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Malibongwe.
Honorable Otta, honorable delegates, I would like to thank the Minister, Honorable Kivit, for availing herself to answer questions in the National Council of Provinces in this very important sitting today. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.